Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the August 1st, 2024 Baltimore City Planning Commission meeting. My name is Sean Davis. I have the pleasure of chairing this commission. Sitting to my right is Chris Ryer, Director of Planning and Secretary for the Commission. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen.
Present.
Marsha Collins.
Present.
Honorable Eric Costello. Talib Horn.
Present.
Claudia Jolin.
Present.
Doug McCoach.
Present.
Justin Williams.
Present.
Eric Stevenson.
Present.
And Sean Davis.
Present. We have before us our meeting minutes from July 11th, 2024. Are there any questions or comments regarding those minutes? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? On our consent agenda, we have CIP transfers from, what was it? July 26th, if memory serves, 24th. Thank you. We have, there are a total of, I believe, 7. Yep, there are a total of 7, all of which are consistent with the CIP. Any questions or comments regarding those? Hearing
No
none, do I have-
questions. Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins.
I do have a question, Mr. Chair, on the
Yes.
items we held from last meeting.
Yes, we are awaiting a response from the agencies whom we've connected with or who we questioned on those, and as soon as we get that, they'll be back before us. So we are going to defer them, ideally to the 22nd. Okay? All right. Yeah, exactly, for some reason. No, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The next item, which was City Council Bill 24-0541, has been postponed. It will be brought up on the regular agenda on our August 22nd meeting. I am piling as much stuff as I can on for August 22nd. No, so that you can expect that that'll be back before us. That was for real estate practices disclosures for urban renewal plans. And then finally, on the consent agenda, we have minor subdivision, final plans for 6114 Ridgeview Avenue, 2nd District. Any questions or comments regarding that? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson.
Second.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Williams. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Before we turn it over to the regular agenda, if there is anyone here who, in the audience, who is here for the the Coldstream Homestead Montebello Urban Renewal Plan Amendment, that has been postponed to a future date, not identified what date that is, but if you're here for the Chum URP amendment, that'll be heard at another date. Now, having said that, under the regular agenda, I turn it over to you, Mr. Secretary.
The first item on the regular agenda is a major subdivision, final plans for 1426 Hull Street in the 11th Councilmatic District. Our newest member of Land Use and Urban Design, Antoine Heath, will present.
Welcome.
Thank
This
you.
is first.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started.
We both push the button at the same time.
Okay.
Does that.
Okay. This project before us is 1426 Hall Street. This is a major subdivision which proposes subdividing one lot into 4 lots for residential use. The owner of the property is PE Property Management Group, and the community planner of the area is Jasmine Kimbrell. Subject property is located in the Locust Point neighborhood, north of Francis Scott Key Middle School and south of the Domino's Sugar Plant. This is a closer look at the site. From an aerial perspective, the property is a through lot which extends from Hubbard Street to Hall Street. The site consists of one former single-family structure which is to be renovated and a garage/warehouse structure to be demolished. The parcels in the vicinity of the site are improved with either attached row homes or commercial buildings. skip that. Okay. This is a view from Hall Street. The one-story structure at the center of the image and the existing structure to the right of that are proposed to be renovated into three-story row homes, which would be consistent with the existing block face. This is a view from Hubbard Street. The gray warehouse structure is to be demolished and replaced with two row homes, and the existing curb cut will be used for vehicular access to the two dwellings. This is a look at the existing conditions plat. The subject lot is numbered as 23 and 24 and is approximately 4,810 square feet. This is the final subdivision plan showing the 4 new lots, 2 fronting on Hall Street and 2 fronting on Hubbard Street. This is a look at the final development plan, which shows the 4 proposed row homes, footprint, and rear decks. Variances for a minimum lot width and interior yard setbacks were granted by BMZA. Okay. These are the proposed elevations for Street. These are the proposed elevations for Hall Street, which are consistent with the existing block face and the Baltimore City Design Manual. These are the proposed front elevations along Hubbard Street. These are 3 stories as well and show roof decks that would be set back and not visible from the street. Front garage doors are proposed to meet the parking requirements for new structures. Garage front buildings are typically prohibited where alley access is available. However, there are existing garage front buildings on this block, and the design meets all the zoning and Baltimore City Design Manual requirements.
So the site plan showed that those garages would be next to each other. If you go back to the subdivision, yeah, you see here on the Hubbard side, you see the garages are next to each other.
I see they're not flipped in the drawing.
Right, so it's just going to be a mirror image, right? So if I go back to the elevation of the homes on, right, that one, it's the image on the right-hand side would actually be mirrored over so that the garages are next to each other. Okay?
Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, sorry, I did design review for this. We might have had an old development plan in there.
Okay.
The elevations that we're looking at are consistent with the rest of the block face where on the Hubbard Street side, the doors are towards the right and the windows and/or garages are on the left. So we will double check that and make sure that we have the right development plan.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, there's a couple things that are determinant of it. It's where the curb cut is, right? I mean, they're going to obviously utilize the existing curb cut, which looked like it was in the center of the existing property. So it would make sense that the garages would be next to each other, but it's up to y'all.
Okay, noted. We'll make sure that the elevations are consistent with the development plan.
Thank you for that. For notice, the Locust Point Civic Association was notified of this application, and all the posting requirements were met. And staff is recommending approval of this application, and this will conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Great job. Are there any questions, starting off with Commissioner Dolan?
Yes, thank you. One question, can you go back to when you said there is access to this for the first slide? I think I might be confused, so just a little clarification. There was like, instead of concrete pad access for the users to be able to, yes, so to the left here, that is part.
Where the gate is?
Yeah, where the gate is. Can you re-describe what you said there again?
Yeah,
for
so
me?
that gate that you see, that's another property. That's the abutting property. So
Okay.
the structure in the center, that gray structure, that consists of 2 lots. So that is what'll be replaced.
So that is going to be remaining the same.
That'll be replaced.
This is going to be torn down,
Yeah.
Okay,
and they're going to be 2 3-story townhomes here. Mm-hmm. And the question was whether those garages are mirrored or whether they're like that.
okay. But the property to the left is completely outside of our
Yes,
thoughts right now.
that's a separate property.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Let me see, Commissioner, or Vice Chair Stevenson. Did I see?
yeah, just
Welcome,
reiterating
Councilman
about-
Costello. I said, welcome, Councilman Costello.
So, clarification on the garages and curb cuts. This is the view from Harvard Street. There's a existing curb cut that's basically double wide, but there's one garage there.
Yeah.
What's the total number of garages proposed for the four buildings?
There's only two.
Just the two on this
Just
side.
the facades on Hubbard Street will have garages, and on Hall Street, they won't have any garages since they're existing structures.
So I see the existing curb cut, obviously, but beyond that, are there any other houses on this block or neighborhood that have front garages?
So unfortunately, it's just out of the image, but directly to the left of that gate, there is another garage door there.
One thing that might also help is, since Hubbard is the Alley Street side, and there's no street parking according to the city's curb cut policy, this is the only side that they can have garages on. So from a zoning perspective, the homes on the other side, that property never had access to parking anyway, so there's nothing lost there, and they probably wouldn't be approvable to get curb cuts on that side anyway. So these are the only two that they can provide.
Okay, I'm just wondering if the front access garages are consistent with our overall kind of design guidelines, because I know in conjunction with new curb cuts, both of those things are something that we've been trying to limit, for pedestrian reasons and double parking reasons and various reasons. So that just jumped out at me. My other question quickly is, I noticed the other properties have a rear alley, a 5-foot or a 10-foot alley, which is typical for, interior row houses. This configuration, they're subdividing the lot, but there wouldn't be any continuation of the alley or access. Do we have any concern about that? Does that alley serve a function?
Ren, did you have a comment on that?
No, I think, so, sorry. Looking at the plat, it's a very strange configuration of the block. Antoine, I don't know if you can go back. There's,
There you go. Nope, go back. Yeah, there you go.
yeah, so that's a great one to land on, thank you. So the alley doesn't go through, the 10-foot alley is actually separated. You can see that there's two properties above this one, lot number 26 and number 25, that prevent that 10-foot alley from going through. And then that smaller 5-foot, just right-of-way that, wouldn't permit vehicular access just because of the width of it. And then the other thing to consider was that they were already seeking a variance for the rear yard setback, and this would have, also continued, that variance would have gotten bigger if they would have tried to dedicate that 5-foot right-of-way back to the city.
Antoine, can you go to the closest aerial photo image you have of this? Just want to see if that actually is physically. All right, so this is Harbert. All right, so north is facing back this way.
Yes.
Is that 5-foot alley even there?
It is, you can see it there.
Well, I'm seeing, this is where the 5-foot.
That's the
That's
10-foot
10.
side.
North is up.
All right, so there's the 10-foot that comes up to here.
Right.
There's a little
This is
manhole
5
there.
feet that comes down to here.
That's a 10.
No, this is the 10 is what I'm, right? And then this is the 5.
Right.
Isn't that
North is up.
on the?
North is up.
So,
Right, but on the flat.
That's why I was, yeah. North is up.
Okay, well, I need my glasses on. That looks like a sideways 10.
Yeah. All right, good. So those alleys do exist.
I pulled up utility view, I was curious, but there's nothing in that 5-foot alley. There's a sanitary line in the 10-foot alley, but I'm assuming these would be,
5-foot could be a private alley.
yeah, these would be preserved. I mean, they'll be served by the sanitary line in the bed of the streets, so.
Very well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner McCoach,
No questions on this.
Deputy Mayor Williams,
No questions.
Commissioner Collins.
It's a little bit confusing looking at some of these overhead shots. So these 4 structures, that one existing and 3 to be built, they're not meeting at the back wall, correct? They're set back,
No, they do not meet at the back wall.
right? And how much of a setback is that?
So if you look at this, the development plan, there's 20 feet rear yard setback from the
Okay.
rear property line to the building.
Okay.
And a deck can encroach in that 20 feet.
Yeah.
So it's
And
definitely
a
going to
5-foot alley is always considered a private alley, because
be, you can't do anything with it.
you can't do nothing.
Just for people to get their trash cans out.
Someplace to put them. Thank you very much, and nice job.
Thank you.
Commissioner Horn,
No questions.
Commissioner Allen?
Just a quick request, could you flip back to the facade of Howard Street,
Sure.
the existing condition facade? I'm sorry,
The photograph, the street
Oh,
view.
photograph, okay, sorry.
Nope, that's Hull, that's over.
Okay, maybe it's Hull Street. I was just wondering whether the 2 structures
Bless you.
behind, or that are next to, that abut the proposed Hull Street site have garages on the ground floor. Doesn't have any bearing, I was just curious. Because you mentioned that garages are required for new construction. Do you know
So
whether,
the garages aren't required, but there's a parking
Okay.
requirement for it. So since there were some existing curb cuts already available.
Okay.
And they decided to use that street for that.
and you mentioned that there is a garaged property on Halbert Street?
Yeah,
off,
just to the left off of the screen.
Is that a newer construction, or is just that happens to be a construction that dates back like that one?
That's an older building, that's not a new construction.
Okay, thank you, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Who's the applicant on this one?
So this is PE, sorry, well, it's the property owner.
PE Management.
PE Property Management Group is the property owner. I don't have the applicant.
Kevin Anderson Jr. is the PE, is the, I'm sorry, I'm sure that's the engineer that was submitted the plans for the subdivision.
Yeah.
Got it.
You want to know, the applicant's is an LLC.
Wait, you got to come up, hold on one second, we'll open it up to the public, but you got to come up and introduce yourself and tell us who you are.
Yeah, I can hold off on that for now. Can you go back to the design that was titled Development Plan for a moment? Yeah, right there. Okay, so we're talking about subdividing this parcel into 4 parcels, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a little confused with the alley conversation, but there would be no alley running through it, correct?
No, there won't be an alley behind it.
So only the 2 streets on Hubbard would have the garages.
Yes.
And there would be no rear access for any of the 4 parcels to Hull or Hubbard respectively without going through the house, correct?
Yeah, there's no rear access.
Completely enclosed and boxed in. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Thank you very much, Anton. All right, now, is there anybody here from the public who would like to speak?
I'm the engineer. If you want me to say something.
Yeah, actually, I would, if you come up and introduce yourself and address I think the question that was.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Anderson with KCW Engineering Technology. So I'm the engineer that prepared the plans. Happy to answer any of your questions.
So, Councilman Costello, you had some questions regarding the owner?
Yeah, who owns
It's
this?
1426 LLC. So it's 1426 Hall Street LLC. So it's an LLC. It's a gentleman named Tyler Stanek.
Stanek or
Yeah,
Banks?
Stanek.
Stanek, got it.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, that's it.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Questions, comments, discussion, deliberations from the commission? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Williams. Do we have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Eric Costello, Talib Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
and Sean Davis.
Approve. All right, next.
Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 24-0549, zoning conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling unit to 2 dwelling units in the R8 zoning district with variances at 1002 West Landvale Street in the 9th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present.
The first of three.
4.
Well, on the conversion side.
So, Mr. Tiso, before you begin.
Sure.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that you're about to tell us that we already heard this issue in our last meeting,
I was.
and it was, okay. And it was held for a posting, which I know has since been verified.
Yes, actually, it was posted last time. The email was sent to me. I didn't see it because it only went to my email address, so my bad.
All good. Sorry to steal your presentation.
Yeah.
Just wanted to refresh everyone's memory.
No, you're doing great. Keep going. So thank you for that. So yes, this is a redo from last time for 1002 West Landvale to go to 2 dwelling units. So here's the property on the corner. It's a significantly sized lot with about 4,400 square feet on it. And the building itself is relatively also pretty large with about 3,900 square feet enclosed in the 3 stories, and it has a basement. So this will be split into basement first floor is 1 unit and second and third floor for the other. So you'll of course see this in all of them, and the commission well knows that this is a conditional use conversion. So we have conditional use standards that need to be found. I've gone through some of that detail in the staff report of how we think that it meets those requirements. For the conversion standards themselves, so 750 square feet of lot area is required for 2 dwelling units, so 1,500 square feet of flat lot is required. Again, it has about 4,400 square feet in this parcel owing to the size of it. And for dwellings, when you add 1 dwelling unit, 1 parking space is required for each. A variance of that standard is included in the bill, but we understand that the applicants may be providing a parking space in the rear, which would obviate that variance and make it easier to approve in the end, which we encourage. The requirement for the structure itself, it needs to be 1,500 square feet, which this well exceeds at about 3,900 square feet in total. And the requirements for the square footage, the gross square footage of each of the units has requirements based on its bedroom count. In this case, it well exceeds those requirements as well. So for all those reasons, we were recommending approval.
Any questions for Mr. Tiso, Commissioner McCoach?
Eric, if you could open up the statement of intent up on the screen.
I don't have a statement of intent on the screen, but I can look at it. Where'd it go?
So this came up at the last meeting when we started talking about this topic, and I'm just struggling to understand how many units there really are here.
Okay.
Statement of intent, item 2, says that they're doing a 4-family multi-unit, which is not a terminology I really understand.
Right, I think that may have been dated language. Look, because you mentioned this before the meeting, take a look at it. I always look at the floor plans, not the statement of intent, so I'm sorry I missed that. So on the updated floor plans, it's showing 2 units, basement and first floor for one, which I think has 4 bedrooms on that one, and then the second and third
As an additional,
are three
on.
3 units on the second and third floors. So the statement of intent is, just for info purposes, one of the earliest things that's filed, so that may have been either old text, but the bill says to 2 units. So that's an administrative error as far as I can tell.
If I could provide a little context, Commissioner, this is in the Harlem Park neighborhood, and I know that this applicant did work with the neighborhood council to get their approval. So I think it may have been an evolution where they initially proposed 4 units and then based on conversations with the community revised to 2.
Okay. The other item that the Harlem Park Community Association raised is a question of exiting. And when you look at the lower unit, lower 2-story unit, it would appear that there's a front door exit and no other exit, unless the window in the basement is intended to be the exit. Now, I'm sure that we have, plans review process that identifies these things, but it isn't apparent to me that that's actually a legitimate exit. So maybe this just carries forward as an agenda, as a topic for the further review.
Yeah, that's going to be a building code question. I'm not able to answer that, but whether they have a window egress or not,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing one. Interestingly, the back wall is shown.
I thought it was interesting that Harlem Park would raise that as a condition for their approval. So,
Well, they're a very savvy group, so.
yeah, no, really, it's a good thing. All right, so those are the 2 observations I had for this.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Jolin.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Allen.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Horn.
No questions.
Commissioner Collins.
No questions.
Deputy Mayor.
No questions.
You too? No. I have no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on this? Please come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, thank you. I'm the petitioner. I'm Cami Denoyer. So I wanted to answer the questions, and thank you, Councilman Stevenson, about it was an evolution. It initially was going to be a 4-unit, and that's why they had a question about the egress in the basement. So now that it's a 2-unit, the front door is access for the first unit, and then they just come down the stairs for the second and the third unit. If you had any other questions, I can answer them.
I don't, but thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Questions, comments, deliberations? If not, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McCoach. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen.
Approve.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello. Talib Horn.
Approve.
Claudia Julin. Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve. Good luck.
Next item on the agenda, City Council Bill number 24-0515, zoning conditional use conversion of single-family dwelling unit to 2 dwelling units in the R8 zoning district with variances at 223 South Stricker Street in the 9th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present.
Good afternoon again. This is another 2 dwelling unit conversion, one of 2 in relatively close proximity. So here's the property highlighted in yellow here. Again, similar to one of the ones you saw earlier before, there is a very small ped foot access only to the rear. Here's the property looking from overhead. This is the property from the front. Oop, a little fast. They're just looking at it from the rear. Okay, again, the conditional use standards here, which we've gone through a little bit more detail in the staff report of where we find this to be generally reasonable, and I'll walk through that momentarily. So for the conversion standards, again, it's R8, so 750 square feet of lot area is needed for each of the dwelling units, so a total of 1,500 square feet is required. In this case, the lot is fairly shallow comparatively, so only 1,190 square feet of lot area is available, so that would be a lot area variance of 20.6%, which is included in the bill. Likewise, because the extra unit will require one parking space and it cannot be provided since this is a functionally landlocked property, at least for vehicles, 100% parking variance is also included in the bill. For the conversion standards, again, the building itself needs to be 1,500 square feet, which this one is. It has 2,247 square feet in the building, which well exceeds that requirement. For the bedrooms, again, based on the bedroom count, in this case, 2 bedrooms each requires 1,000 square feet, and it meets all of those requirements. So in this particular case, we believe that there won't be any particular detrimental impact to the surrounding community as a result of this request. Instead, the home will be renovated and kept in productive use. We're not aware of any other law or plan impacts that would be compromised by this, and the public's interest is served by encouraging naturally occurring affordable housing. And we think that the lot area variance is reasonable in this case, owing to the relatively shallow size of the lot, making for a relatively small lot area, as opposed to the relatively large building that is sitting on it. And again, for the parking, we believe that variance is reasonable since it's landlocked and we don't permit front-loading garages typically on row homes on main streets. So for all those reasons, staff is recommending approval. If I can make the clicker work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Questions for Eric? Commissioner Allen?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
Commissioner Collins?
No questions.
Deputy Mayor Williams?
No questions.
Commissioner McCoach?
No questions.
Vice Chair Stevenson?
No questions.
Commissioner Jolin?
No questions.
Councilman Costello?
No questions.
I have no questions. Thank you very much, Eric.
I failed to mention that Mount Clair Community Council has a letter of support in the file.
Yes. And the property was properly posted as evidenced in our Wix page. It looks like it was actually a new construction.
It was a renovation, which raised the roof height slightly.
And so
Looking
the
at
posting
the-
it was interesting. I pulled up the posting. I was like, well, looks like a new
Yeah,
building.
I actually looked at that. So I think, and applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was a bit of a shell. So when you look at the alignments of the doors, the door moved up a couple of feet and then the roof went up because it used to be flush with the neighbors and now it's a few feet above that.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Thank you very much, Eric. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Questions, comments, deliberations from the commission? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. Do we have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Mr. Secretary, recall roll.
Robin Allen,
Approve?
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Eric Costello,
Approve.
Lee Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approved.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve.
Then the next item on the agenda, City Council Bill number 24-0533, the zoning conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling unit to 4 dwelling units in the R8 zoning district with variances at 15 North Strickler Street in the 9th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present.
thank you. So this is a request for a 4-dwelling unit conversion for this property. So this is it highlighted in yellow, relatively skinny but deep property that is a through lot to North Norris Street, which is an alley street in the back. So the roof is dark in this image, but it's there. There's the building. It's boarded vacant at the moment. And from the rear, you can see it goes all the way back to North Norris Street in the foreground. So again, conversion standards, which we've gone through already several times. For this one, also another R8 property. So again, that 750 square feet of lot area is required. So actually, I'm sorry, I have a typo in there. 2,815 square feet is available, which would meet the requirement. The existing structure contains 2,470 square feet in gross floor area, which again exceeds the 1,500 square feet that's required. For each of the units, we did not get floor plans, that they were not available from the applicant, but I asked for the sizes. I'm given to understand that the uppermost floor will only have 800 square feet, which will be below the 1,000 square feet it needs. So that will require a variance that I don't believe was included in the drafting of the bill, so that'll need to be added by amendment later. As for the conditional use standards, we don't believe there will be any detrimental impacts to the surrounding community. Again, a vacant building will be renovated and returned to productive use. We're not aware of any particular laws or plans that would be impacted by approval of this. We think the public interest is served by encouraging the redevelopment of a vacant structure. And lastly, it meets the lot area requirements. We think that the conditional use standards are therefore met. I believe also that owing to the fact that the property is 18 feet and I think 18 and a half feet wide, 18 feet and a few inches, that 2 parking spaces could be provided at the rear, which would reduce the degree of parking variance. So we would recommend that as a condition of approval. But with that, we think that the request is reasonable and should be approved.
Thank you very much, Eric. So I'm going to start off real quickly with no floor plans. The applicant has attested to you that 3 of the 4 units will be above the 1,000 square feet.
Yes.
And one of the units is going to be 800 square feet. I think it would be appropriate as a condition of the approval that hold true. And so a building permit, if they submit their building permit with the floor plans and we find out that 2 of the units are less than 1,000 square feet, what do we do?
Well,
it would be denied at building permit, correct?
Either that or a variance of that provision would need to be granted by council. So this is one of the challenges that we're seeing, and I've actually been working with legislative reference. I think we had this conversation before this meeting as well. Because of our conversion standards having sizes of units as hardwired in the code that we have to meet, that's something that we need to see. So in recent weeks, months, that has been something that legislative reference has been asking applicants for from the very beginning as they're drafting their bill, to get that request as early as possible. That may not always be immediately available. Unfortunately, due to the crunch, we're facing the end of this council session, I think December 5th. So I'm in essence punting this one for lack of, wanting to hold them up. But we can reiterate that when it gets to the committee hearing.
I just want to make sure that there is a current mechanism, that we don't need to create one as part of our approval, that if the applicant comes in for a building permit and 3 of the units are above the 1,000 square feet, one's below the 1,000 square feet, that they're good to go. But if 2 of the units, that's somehow that would be caught
Right.
In the process, the alternative is for us to condition the approval that 3 of the units must be above 1,000 square feet and 1 of the units can be below 1,000 square feet.
Right. So, and I think that'd be something the applicant would want to detail, because if they need a variance, council needs to approve that on the way through. Otherwise, they're going to get a return trip later on, and that's.
So there is an existing mechanism in the building permit, during the building permit process, that is going to evaluate this approval to that permit request.
You should see it, yes.
Okay, so there's no need for us to create another level, another layer of approval.
It would
I
not
don't
hurt to.
think so, but can I offer something for
Sure.
you to confirm? And thank you for raising this, because I'm often skeptical about 4-unit conversions. What I like about this one is that they're not seeking variances for gross floor area or lot area. And this would be the forum for them to do so. So when the plans come out, if they're not 1,000 feet per unit, we may not be able to hold them to 1,000 feet, but the minimum is 750, so they would have to at least be above the stated minimums because they're not asking and we're not offering a variance. So that, I
Okay.
think, is the mechanism.
Not 750, 1,000 square feet of gross floor area in the building. The 750 is the lot area for density purposes.
But the per unit,
They would need to meet it or get a
whatever the
variance.
standard
Yep.
is, and they're not, but the
They're not
or get-
asking for
or get
one.
a variance is going away. So what they're left with is meet it.
Correct.
Or come back afterwards and get a variance.
We don't want to see them again.
I don't, I really
Yeah,
don't.
I mean, it becomes,
they're
to answer
probably
your
nice,
question, it
very nice
becomes
people and
somewhat
everything.
self-correcting in that way of, they will want to address this for fear of a big delay later on or needing to build a significant 200 square foot-ish addition off of the rear of the third floor.
So the applicant, the onus is on the applicant to either meet these or they know they're gonna have to come back to.
Yes, and I'm happy to
Then
reiterate
then my
that.
issue is covered. Okay. With that, Deputy Mayor Williams,
No questions.
Commissioner Collins.
So just to be clear, we're looking at 4 units. We recognize that the upper floor is going to be constrained, but I thought that the square footage was predicated on number of bedrooms.
Yes.
So how do we know how many bedrooms are going to
So
be?
all I can go on is what the applicant told me. So we've got 2 bedrooms each. So that would require 1,000 gross floor area within that floor. And the top floor, I'm told, is only 800 square feet or so. It's under 1,000 in any case. So it's got plenty of flat lot area for zoning purposes for, the number of units, but the conversion standards require a certain size of unit, and that's the part that they have a
So
problem.
earlier you said it was 1,000 square feet, but it's 1,000 square feet for a 2-bedroom unit.
Correct.
They can go down to 750 feet for a 1-bedroom unit.
They could do that.
Okay.
For the upper floor.
No, they could do it on the lower floors too. If they come in and they say, oh, wow, we're not at 1,000 square feet, we're not going to go for a 2-bedroom unit. Now, we're going to go for a 1-bedroom unit, and I got a 950 square foot 1-bedroom unit. And I don't need any variances or anything from anybody, and that's fine.
So what I'm struggling with is not having that visual plan running concurrent with the legislation. I hear what you're saying about, the end of the term for the council. But I feel like if we approve this, that we should make very clear in our forwarding to the city council that we made it predicated on this expectation. I don't know how, it just seems like this is one of those things that get lost in the bureaucracy, for lack of a better term. That's my concern. I'm sure that's not the intent of the applicant, but, things happen, you make adjustments.
And I mean, I can see that from the applicant side is, why am I going to go through and do architectural plans and spend the money to do all that kind of stuff unless I have an understanding of what I'm going to be permitted to do?
Well,
Okay, I've got my permit.
help for an approval process, I guess what I'm saying is
I
that.
agree, but they probably have, if it were me, I would evaluate it and say, hey, worst case scenario, I got a 950 square foot 1-bedroom unit.
Okay. All right, but thank you, Eric.
I mean, by the way,
Beat it.
Commissioner Collins, I think it's very easy in the motion to just say we're predicating this on the submission, on the information that's provided us. And as we all recognize, if they vary from these, they have to come back for additional approvals.
And I'm happy to add a statement, if approved, on the transmittal memo to call attention to that. That's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
So, an observation is for the past 6 months, let's say, we've been getting 2 or 3 of these per meeting. And I'd say about 3/4 of them have plans provided with them. It's a genuine advantage to this commission to be able to understand the project. I don't know, if 75% of the applicants can suffer the expense of creating some architectural drawings so that their process can be more smooth, I'm not sure why we wouldn't make that.
If it's a requirement, it's a requirement.
And it is not,
And if it's not a requirement, it's not a requirement.
but that should be considered.
And that's fine. Just so, for the record, Mr. McCoach is an architect. No, I'm just kidding.
That's it. And if I can't understand it, what hope does the rest of the
Guilty as
commission have?
No,
As a-
I
as
think it's a very
planner,
good
shots
point.
fired.
I think it's a very good point. I think I think that that's something we should talk about in terms of,
And we have tried to correct it, like I mentioned, I've asked legislative reference to make the request on filing of a drafting of a bill. So I'm hoping that that will get ahead of this. But
okay. Commissioner Horn,
No questions.
Commissioner Allen,
No questions, thank you.
Councilman Costello,
No questions.
Commissioner Jolin,
No questions, thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson.
No question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. It's important to recognize that the recommendation from planning is to approve, subject to the following condition, that the 2 parking spaces are provided in the rear yard to reduce the degree of parking variance required. So, if there's any deliberation or questions or comments, otherwise, do we have a motion?
I'm sorry. Do we already ask that, if the applicant's here, or do we ask?
I asked
Okay,
if
well,
anybody
sorry.
would like to speak, and nobody stood up. The applicant may very well be here.
Which is fine, I'm just thinking like,
And after that discussion here, said, there's no way in hell I'm getting up and speak.
Somebody's gonna hit.
because I guess I don't feel strongly either way about the parking requirement.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm agnostic, but I mean, I guess if they're not here to object to it, then I would lean towards the staff recommendation. But
What I don't want to do is I don't want to find out that it's 17 feet, and they're going to need some variance. I think we recognize that the plat survey shows it at 18 feet, 5 inches, but if it's physically not possible for them to get 2 spaces in there with the turning movements and so on and so forth through the alley, I don't have to come back before us. So as opposed to requiring the 2 parking spaces, we would suggest that 2 parking spaces, if at all possible, be provided.
A comment on that, and so first, I want to say I appreciate staff treating this the same as they would if it was in any other neighborhood in terms of density and parking. From an equity standpoint, it's important that we do treat all of our neighborhoods the same. That being said, the reality in this particular neighborhood is that the majority of people don't own or drive cars, and there's more than adequate street parking in part due to the high vacancy rate. So along the same lines as Deputy Mayor, the parking is a great suggestion, but I would hate for that to become a hiccup for any reason.
So we can pass it along again in your note to the council. We request that the applicant consider providing parking in the rear if possible, not required, and that the applicant recognizes that any modifications to square footage and whatnot would potentially cause additional approvals.
Would you mind flipping back to the aerial?
Yep. Is there one you want? That's the rear.
The other one? Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, the previous one.
Yeah, I mean,
So I just want to point, there's some other parking going on in that alley, but there's also alley houses.
Yeah, I
so
don't,
what
I don't
we-
have the block plat in front of me, so I don't recall the width, but I remember looking to make sure it was reasonable turning radius and they can meet the width, so.
But just broadly, when we think about the community impact of parking, we're adding units, so one potential impact is street parking in the front, that's going to be shared with the other residents. But let's make sure that we also consider that, adding traffic to that alley street where other houses face, could be detrimental to those residents. So we're always, balancing pros and cons. Forcing parking into that alley might be beneficial to the folks on Stricker Street, but could be detrimental to the folks living in that alley. So just something to keep in mind.
Okay, so does that constitute a motion, or do we have a motion?
Yeah, we need a motion.
Need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I don't know if I'm going to get the wording correctly, but I'd like to move favorable to the staff report with the understanding that it would be communicated to the city council that we are doing this on the expectation of 4 units, all of which will have 2 bedrooms, as stated by the intent.
And that the parking is suggested, not required.
Recommended. Can we
Okay.
use recommended?
Yeah. And the 2 additional parking off the alley is recommended but not required. Cool. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Eric Costello,
Approve.
Philippe Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Julien,
Approve.
Doug McCoach, Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve.
Next item on the agenda, City Council Bill number 24-0557, zoning conditional use parking lot. It's principal use in 1200 Brentwood Avenue in the 12th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present again.
As soon as I finish writing the motion from last time. Okay, got it. Okay, one more and then I will sit down. This is a conditional use parking lot for 1200 Brentwood Avenue from Rebuild Metro. So this is the parcel highlighted in yellow. It is a row of derelict vacant former row homes that will be demolished and a surface parking lot built in its place. The purpose of that parking lot is to serve some of the homes actually in the foreground of this image that are being redeveloped for affordable teacher housing. So this is the site plan that was reviewed by Site Plan Review Committee, I think it was earlier this year, which meets all the requirements for its design. And it also meets the requirements of the landscape manual with all the plantings that are required and simultaneously meets all the requirements for stormwater management. We did flex a little bit on the depth to make sure that it would remain fully functional as a parking lot, but to still have it planted as strongly as possible. So we think that they managed to make all of that work. And that's the final plan that we end up with. So again, the conditional use standards apply for this parking lot, which we believe that they meet. In our review, we've determined the site's sufficient for the proposed parking lot. No traffic impact study was required by DOT because the lot is relatively small in size. We don't think that the parking lot will impair land use in the area. In fact, it'll support the neighborhood's interest since it's demolishing a derelict block of vacant homes that are an eyesore as they sit presently. The site's, of course, fully accessible by police, fire, EMS, and the design of the parking lot will obviously not impair access to light and air. In fact, it'll lower everything and make it more beautiful and accessible for light and air for the neighbors. So the opposite would be true. For the impact potentially to infrastructure in the area, it'll be the opposite. It'll actually reduce demand on the system since the parking lot doesn't require all those house connections that have been abandoned and removed. So we don't think that there's any particular negatives there. The property is within the Old East Baltimore National Register Historic District, but that's not impacted by this since there's no homes that need to be retained or any tax credits to be had. We don't think that the character of the neighborhood will be negatively impacted, and there are no landmarks. The nearest one is well over a block away. The project is within the urban renewal plan for the area, but it is an authorized use within the land use area of that plan. So it meets those required or the relevant development standards of that plan. And again, I mentioned that it was reviewed and approved by the Site Plan Review Committee. There is a letter from Rebuild Johnson Square in the file as well. And with that, staff is recommending approval with our traditional recommendation that the plans as approved by Site Plan Review Committee be attached and made part of the approving ordinance. That just gives us a little bit more enforcement leverage to make sure that the plantings are actually provided and maintained.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Questions regarding this application? Councilman Costello,
Nope.
Commissioner Jolin,
No questions.
Commissioner Allen,
None, thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson,
No questions.
Commissioner Horn,
No questions.
Mr. Collins.
No questions, but I appreciated the letter of support from the community. That gave me kind of a comfort level for it, and the recognition that this is in support of our educators. So thank you for including that.
Commissioner McCoach,
No questions.
Deputy Mayor Williams.
I'm assuming it caught the site plan showing the ADA ramp. It just looked unusual. I'm assuming someone would have caught it if it weren't allowed by city standards. I was just thinking because it's on the edge and maybe this is not because it's not a normal corner. I thought it had to have like
Which side are you asking?
both, I guess both ramps. I just was.
On Brentwood,
On
on the
the-
bottom.
Yeah, on the southern or whatever the bottom is.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and maybe they're not. I'm assuming people who do this would have caught it. Just seemed unusual. So that's
So-
let's make sure we're doing it right.
The reason I was trying to, this is probably more clear, because there's a very large building across, and this is a mid-block, there is no cross here. So that normal fan shape with one going, there's no need, and in fact, we would not want to encourage the Baltimore tradition of crossing mid-block. So that's why they're shown in that way.
Any other
No
questions?
questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this agenda item?
The applicant is available if the commission has one.
Great. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Questions, comments, discussion, deliberation, motion? All right, not everybody at once. Come on.
Motion to approve. This is a conditional use, not a rezoning, so no need for findings, correct?
Correct.
Well, there are conditional use
Standards.
findings, which I outlined and are in my staff report.
Understood. Yeah, motion to approve.
Including the recommendation regarding the site plan review committee note. Yes, okay, great. So, Vice Chair Stevenson, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. All those in favor, oh, I'm sorry, can't do that anymore. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello,
Step down.
Stepped away.
Talib Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve. Next.
All right, the next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 24-0552, zoning Commercial 1 Village Center District, conditional use retail goods establishment with alcoholic beverage sales and variances at 6242 Bologna Avenue in the 4th Councilmatic District. Kate and Audette will present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good to see you.
As Director Ryer said, I have today to present to you the request for the purpose of permitting, subject to certain conditions, the continued operation and expansion of a retail goods establishment with alcoholic beverage sales on the property known as Pinehurst Wine Shop, 6242 Bologna Avenue. Staff is myself and Marie McSweeney Anderson. I am presenting in her stead. She did all the work. The petitioner is Pinehurst Wine Shop. The owner is SSW LLC. This is in the Northern Planning District where Marie McSweeney Anderson is the planner. The property is located at the southwest corner of Bologna Avenue.
There has been a fire emergency reported in the building. You are to leave the building by the nearest exit or exit stairway. Do not use the elevators.
In 7 years.
There has been a fire emergency reported in
It's a long 5 or 6 months.
It was very moving. Maybe I'm just easily swayed.
It's all in there to reply. Let me stick my head in the back room and make sure Ivor's here to record.
Yeah, we rode off with them.
I just want to make sure he's ready.
All you have to do is let me not speak with a mic and I'll be out here in like 5 seconds. We good? Eric? We're good? All right, we're going to go ahead and call roll. Mr. Secretary?
Robin Allen.
Present.
Marcia Collins.
Present.
Eric Costello. Talib Horn.
Present.
Claudio Julien.
Present.
Doug McCoach.
Present.
Justin Williams.
Present.
Eric Stevenson.
Present.
And Sean Davis.
Present. We reconvene after Caitlin's failed attempt to, no, I'm just kidding, at 2:38. Okay, Ms. Audette.
Okay, so as I was saying, this property is located at the southwest corner of Bologna Avenue and Giddings Avenue, shown here in yellow. The property is a historic commercial building that is zoned C1VC, and though it's kind of hard to see here, it is within an area that everything all around it is zoned R1. So this aerial shows the building location and proximity to surrounding residential buildings. And a view of the front elevation from Bologna Avenue, and a view of the rear of the building, which faces a small parking lot. The proposed plan will consist of 2 additions, one to the side along Giddings Avenue, which is at the bottom of the page, and another addition to the rear of the building, which is at plan right. Here's a drawing of the proposed side elevation, which will face Giddings Avenue, and the proposed front elevation, which would face Bologna Avenue. So you can see the addition is the portion with the side gable that's to the right. And a view of the rear. The portion with the vertical siding would be the addition in this case, and then the side gable as well would be the addition along Giddings. Here's a floor plan which shows the interior layout. So you can see the side elevation, or the addition to the side would be additional space for the business, and the addition to the rear would be additional storage and back of house space. So the conditional use standards, the criteria for evaluation, as a guide to its decision on the facts of each case, the BMZA must consider the following where appropriate: the nature of the proposed site, the resulting traffic patterns and adequacy of proposed off-street parking, the nature of the surrounding area, the proximity of dwellings, accessibility of the premises for emergency vehicles, accessibility of light and air to the premises, type and location of adequate utilities, preservation of cultural and historic landmarks, the character of the neighborhood, the provisions of the city's comprehensive master plan, the provision of any applicable urban renewal plan, all applicable standards and requirements, the intent and purpose of this code, and any matters considered to be in the interest of the general welfare. So there's some limited criteria for denying, which would include the establishment, location, construction, maintenance or operation, conditional use, or sign would not be detrimental. BMZA or City Council may not approve a conditional use unless, after public notice and hearing and on consideration of standards required by the subtitle, the Board of Council finds that The establishment would not endanger public health, safety, or welfare. The use or sign would not be precluded by any other law, including an applicable or renewal plan. The authorization would not be contrary to the public interest, and the authorization would be in harmony with the purpose and intent of this code. So the Pinehurst Wine Shop has been in operation at this location since the 1950s. The use of this site is not shifting. However, owners are proposing to build 2 additions which require conditional use approval and a variance. The proposed additions are one to the north side of the building along Giddings Avenue and one to the west facing the rear parking lot. The north addition is proposed to house additional commercial space, an expanded patio space for outdoor seating, and the north addition would also create a new entry to the property from the parking lot. The required side lot setback for the zoning district is 25 feet. The proposed addition would provide a 9-foot 3-inch setback at the smallest point. Therefore, the north side addition requires a 15-foot 9-inch variance. The west-facing rear addition is for additional storage and requires no additional variance. This site is the only commercially zoned property within and serving the immediate area. As I stated previously, the area is surrounded by a mix of low residential density. Nearby, there is some R5 as well as additional R1 districts. There are no changes proposed to traffic flow or to the number of parking spaces. There is no proposed increase in height, and there is no change in use or type of business proposed. Some additional information, the interior side yard requirement for R1E zoning, the adjacent zoning category is 10 feet, and the corner side lot requirement is 20 feet. Comparative C1VC zone properties in other areas have 0% rear yard and side yard setbacks on some areas of the site. So an example is 4800 Roland Avenue. Many historic buildings throughout the city don't have the required side yard setbacks. Live entertainment is not a permitted use for C1VC. Indoor entertainment is conditional by board, which would need to go to BMZA for approval, and that is not being proposed or considered today. Per state law, liquor stores are not eligible to sell cannabis. That is just in reference to some concerns from neighbors when it put that out there. Additionally, just to go over what is permitted with this use. So if the Pinehurst Wine Shop were to ever leave, this is a list of the uses that could be permitted at this site. They're pretty basic. Nothing that really stands out. And, okay, hold on. There we go. For equity, staff believes that there will be no discernible negative impacts to the surrounding community from this proposal, as the use has been continuous since the 1950s. Staff does not anticipate any impact on staff time or resources devoted to this project beyond routine requirements of development review. Design review is already complete at staff level, and designs are complementary of the historic character of the building. Pinehurst has hosted multiple community meetings since 2019 regarding changes to the site. Most recently, the council office has been engaged in public meetings and conversations with both Giddings and Pinehurst. There have been attempts made to reach an agreement for a memorandum of understanding, but this has not yet been solidified. So recorded dates of public meetings include May 23rd and May of 2023 and May 28th of this year. Bologna Giddings Improvement Association leaders were notified of this agenda item, as well as the 800 plus members who are on the Northern Planning District listserv. This includes residents within the community and along the York Road corridor. So staff recommendation is approval. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Odette. Real quickly, the reason this is here before the commission is because we are a recommending body on this city council bill.
That is correct.
And we are recommending on both the conditional use and the variance request?
That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you. All right, questions for Ms. Odette? Nope, not yet. We go through the commission and then we open it up to the public. But you are definitely going to be first when we open it up to the public. All right, Commissioner Jolin.
Yes, I appreciate all the letters, and I've read through them all. Noticed that there is a pending MOU, and from the community associations, wondering if you or anybody, maybe postpone the question, can speak on what the agreement is with the community and their status to which.
I will let the council person and the community members speak to that.
Wonderful, thank you.
For the record, Councilman Conway is here, and I will actually ask him to come up and give his opinion after we are done questioning Ms. Odette. Vice Chair Stevenson.
Thank you, Caitlin. Did I read correctly in your presentation that the adjacent neighboring properties have a 10-foot setback requirement?
Yes, I believe for R1E, the setback requirement is 10 feet and 20 feet for corner lots. Let me go back and double.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah,
20 feet for corner lots, so that's if this.
for the corner side, so similar to this one, which is on the side, the side lot, side setback requirement is 20 feet and the rear setback is 10 feet, or I'm not sure what the rear is for this one, but what we're saying is here, the interior side yard setback, so that'd be like facing your neighbor, would be 10. And corner side yard, so that'd be facing a street, would be 20.
So the neighbor who's just behind this, on the other side of the parking lot, which is also on the siding onto Giddings, would be 20 feet, would have a 20-foot side yard setback because they're a corner lot. And this use is required to have 25 feet.
Yes, because of the different zoning code, or just different zoning district.
Do you happen to know the maximum height that's allowed for the C1 VC? And the only reason I ask is because it strikes me that commercial zoning usually allows for greater height, which sometimes comes with a larger setback to sort of balance that. But in this case, this building isn't particularly tall. So, some flexibility on the setback might be reasonable, just trying to understand how it compares to the neighbors.
I don't recall what the height is, the max height.
60
for
feet.
C1 BC.
C1 is, I believe, 60 feet.
So they could go up.
I think C1 is 60 feet and C2 is 100, I believe.
C1BC is 40 feet.
Okay, let's check it.
40 feet
Height for is 40 feet.
I'm pretty sure. 40 feet.
for all other uses, 40.
So the height is 40 feet.
All right, that's all for now. Thank you.
Commissioner McCoach,
I have no questions.
Deputy Mayor Williams.
The staff report referenced a memo that had proposed findings. I didn't see it. I don't know if it didn't get on the website or did other people have it?
I just pulled off what was on the website.
So do you have the memo that was referenced in staff report?
Yeah, it should be on the website.
All I have is just staff report.
So it's not currently on the WEX page.
We're going to try to get that done back now.
Okay, but for the purposes of this hearing, we're not going to have an opportunity to review it.
Yeah, so I guess then if not, I guess, was there a,
We'll print one out.
yeah, you
Well,
might need to
real
print it
quickly.
out. Was there a slide that had the,
Who was the memo from? Okay, so the
From the
person who wrote the memo is here to testify on what the memo says.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions, Deputy Mayor?
no, thank you.
Commissioner Collins?
When we're looking at the extension, not to the rear, but to north
To
side?
the north, yeah.
I thought I heard you say there would also be a patio area. Is that,
Yes.
did I mishear that, or?
No, that's correct. There is a small proposed patio area. So on this plan, you can see it, it's this square space to the right of the main entry.
This? Yeah.
Yes.
Or this?
No, the first, yeah. And so the intent here is, if you're familiar with the space, they have a couple picnic tables to the front of it, and this would add to that. So it would be for, potentially for a deli that would be located within this building. So that's all the information I have. I'm sure the applicant can provide you with more information.
But for the purposes of what we're discussing, a patio area would not require any action on our part.
No, there's no
Strictly the structure.
entertainment proposed, and outdoor live entertainment is not permissible. So if they wanted indoor live entertainment, that would have to go to BMZA. But at this point, it would just be for kind of standard seating.
And this is only impacting the one building, the adjacent attached business is unaffected, correct? I'm looking at the rear extension.
The gray building, that's all.
Yeah, it is not the
It's all one
pharmacy.
building, but my understanding is that this extension is only servicing the corner
Correct.
property. Correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Horn.
Just have one question regarding this community engagement. There was a letter that I'm reading from, I guess it's Marie Ross, and in it, it talks about a pre-approved community agreement with the community in Pinehurst wine shop. And I didn't know, is that accurate? Was there a pre-approved community agreement, or is
Not
that?
to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
And that may be referencing the MOU that they were seeking to enter into.
Okay, just wanted some clarity on that. It's my only question.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Allen.
Just one quick question. I read the letters as well. Just for clarification, it appears to me that letters in opposition include those from people who live immediately adjacent to the property in question. And the one that we have that's in support is from someone who lives at least a block or more away. Did I?
I think there's a
gather that correctly?
variety. So I know that there are people here today who will testify, who live near to the property, as well as people here today who live near the property who will be against it. So I don't know that there is a substantial, like if all of the surrounding properties that are impacted lean one way or another. But I don't know, Marie, if you have any other, okay. Yeah, so I think you'll hear testimony today from folks in the audience.
Okay. Is it fair to ask, not for their actual addresses, but
Yeah, the
ask about their
proximity.
proximity?
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Thank you, Caitlin. Councilman Conway. Welcome. Good to see you.
Always a pleasure. Yeah.
Such a well-dressed man.
Good to see you guys. Just wanted to take the opportunity to kind of give you some background on how we got here. This is a long-standing issue that goes back to. Microphone. Just push button. Sure. Is it on? There we go. Wonderful. Oh, now I can hear myself. So this is a long-standing issue that goes back to before I joined the city council. It was actually an issue that I learned a lot about on the campaign trail. And essentially,
you still went for it, didn't you?
And I still went for it. And so this is I think really a sore point in the community, one in which I wanted to handle very delicately, and I still at this very moment and still handling this very delicately. If you guys remember, there was a big zoning change that happened 2 years ago. 2017.
was Transform.
Transform. And then there was another one that happened, I'm looking at my colleague in the back, maybe 2 years ago, where we made a number of significant changes to the zoning code, one of which would have affected exactly this project. And I requested that this project in particular, in the initial drafting of that bill, this would have gone straight to the BMZA. Not affording all that much of an opportunity for the community to weigh in on what actually happened on this property. And so we asked that this then be conditional by ordinance. So that's how we got here. And in doing so, I've sort of tried to bring the community and Pinehurst together to have more conversations and to develop something that makes sense for the community, realizing that this is a very residential community. It does not have any other commercial entities in the area. And we want to make sure that we protect that look and feel of the community. And so the community has been working since that effort. We passed the bill. It is now conditional by ordinance. It is now coming to you guys to advise the council on how we should go forward. And we have asked for a number of opportunities for the community to weigh in on what they're doing. As you guys saw in the presentation, there's been a number of public meetings in which folks have had an opportunity to weigh in. There's been a lot of back and forth, of course, between folks negotiating with Pinehurst on what should happen here and what they did or did not feel comfortable with. The role that I've taken, I've tried to be an honest broker and just encourage people to talk. and not force anything anyway. But I have insisted that I want to have this issue settled before the end of this term. This issue has been, I think, out there for about 7 years now. Or at least been considering for about 7 years. And so I did not want this to continue with, I think, what was going on. So my understanding is at this moment, the MOU is close, very close. There is, I believe, one sticking point for which I will let the community speak to and let Pinehurst speak to. And I'm asking that they figure that out before we bring this to a council meeting. But we will get this done, hopefully, and hopefully with the support of this commission before the end of this term is the hope.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Are there any questions for the councilman? Commissioner Allen?
No, thank you for that information, though.
Sure.
Commissioner Horn?
Oh, I will add one more thing. I've been keeping tallies on folks that have reached out to my office via email. I did not have a breakdown by location as you guys called me up here. I was trying to figure out roughly how many folks were in immediate one-block vicinity based on that feedback. But by emails, I've got 18 households in favor and 15 households against. And this goes back 2 years. And then we had a public meeting where we had, I want to say, 70 or so people, maybe 80 or so people come out to talk about this issue. Oh, excuse me?
80?
80, yes. This is the Community Association's annual meeting. And this was one of the major issues in the community meeting. And we talked about where the MOU was at the moment. We had a draft that was circulated to everyone in the community. And there were some very fine points that they were trying to work out then. One of those main points was whether or not we wanted to restrict within the deed of the property some of the things that Pinehurst could do. And ultimately, I think that the tally from that came out to 59 saying that he did not want to restrict it within a deed, and 15 that did want to restrict it within the deed. I think largely the sentiment that I got is folks, there's still some folks who are very opposed, and I totally appreciate and understand that. I think largely the community wants to move forward, but there's still some pain points that we need to work out, and I'm hoping that the MOU can solve those problems.
Great.
Yeah.
Commissioner Horn?
Just a quick question. Who will sign the MOU from the community side? I see a lot of individuals, but is there an overarching community association who will be the signatory of this? Or so in essence, how does this get finalized in terms of the community consensus?
Great question. This will be an MOU with the community association.
So the president of the community association would be authorized by the association to sign the MOU if it ever comes to be. Okay.
That is correct, yes.
Commissioner Collins?
Thank you. Councilman, nice to see you. Has the back and forth, not to get too deep in the weeds, but has the back and forth talked about what would be acceptable width of the additions and what may or may not work for the desires of the building owner?
I'll say I believe that issue has been resolved. That is not the final sticking point to my understanding in the MOU. But I will let the folks here speak to that, and they can go into the dirty details if I think it's helpful for this body.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not too dirty.
Not too dirty. Relatively clean details.
Deputy Mayor Williams?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner McCoach?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson?
Thank you, Councilman. So I just want to make sure that we're clear as a commission, because to me, there are two issues on the screen. There's the continued conditional use of the alcoholic beverage sales, which again is long-standing. So, to me, that's not the issue here. And there's the setback issue, which seems like it is the issue. Now, an MOU that's in progress, I'm assuming that that's going to deal with things like hours and different services that will or won't be offered and those sort of things. And I assume that it's not going to affect the setback or the construction plan.
So the MOU is with all of this in mind. I think the whole community has had these plans for a few years now. and have been living with the concept of it looking as it is designed here. That is with the understanding of that. And yes, it does get into hours of operation, what they can or cannot sell, concepts of all types of other things that can or would be allowed in this space going forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jolin.
No more questions, thank you.
So just for the record, I appreciate the fact that the community and the applicant are working together for an MOU. For the purposes of this commission, unfortunately, we cannot take that into consideration. The criteria that Ms. Audette raised at the beginning of this are the criteria that we're bound to.
Absolutely.
I think it's wonderful that the community and the applicant are working together, but we are kind of hand-tied to the criteria because we can't, if we rely on that and the variance is granted and the property owner transfers and, there's no secession in the agreement, then a new person comes in, they can do a whole bunch of different stuff. For those reasons, we just can't rely on that. So for everybody who's out there, when you talk about the MOU, please continue and hopefully come to resolution, reach agreement with it. But for the purposes of this, we can't rely on that, okay?
I would agree and fully support that. That's the job you guys are here to do.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now opening it up to the general public. What happened? I thought you were going to go first.
I'll go second.
Oh, okay. All right, so we've got, come on up, sir.
She picked me to go first.
Great.
I live 135 paces.
Come on up, you got to come up to
I live
the,
135 paces.
stop.
from the,
You got,
start over.
come up, give us your name.
My name is Don Strook. I live 135 paces from the parking lot of the Pinehurst Wine Shop. I heard the phrase that the staff thought there'd be no discernible negative impact. This is it is a totally residential neighborhood. In a number of blocks in every direction, the wine shop and a pharmacy are the only commercial businesses. It's a very pleasant residential neighborhood. And I want to go through, I have 8 paragraphs here that will kind of summarize what we feel about it, we being my fellow neighbors. If Pinehurst should succeed with their plans to expand their building well beyond the side yard setback, extend their hours of operation, and increase the number of special events, which might include outdoor music, the neighborhood would be heavily impacted. As the first proposal to increase commercial intensity in our community in 84 years, the building they're in was built as a grocery store in 1940. This is the first move of its type in our neighborhood. This proposal should be analyzed very carefully and should be only allowed if it's found to be 100% lawful. To that point, I believe you will find that Pinehurst's proposal does not satisfy the required findings in order for a variance to be granted for a number of reasons. Per section 5-308 of the zoning code, which discusses the approval standards for variance, there must be required finding of unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty because of the particular physical surrounding, shape, or topographical conditions of the structure or the land involved. On this point, Pinehurst fails because it's not unique in any way. There's no stream, no mountain, no beautiful valley, nothing. No physical obstacle on this property necessitating relief from the zoning laws governing every other C1 VC property, none of which, by the way, have ever asked for a variance. There is absolutely nothing about this property that would necessitate or justify the legal granting of a variance. Further, there must be the finding that the conditions on which the application is based are unique to the property for which a variance is sought, and not generally applicable to other properties within the same zoning classification. On this point, however, Pinehurst also fell short because the conditions on which the variance is sought have nothing to do with the property. Rather, the reasons for wanting a variance are attributable to the desire to maximize profits, a very common condition that is applicable to other property within the same zoning classifications. It's claimed that the unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty is caused by the zoning code and has not been created by the intention or action of any person who has a present interest in the property. Here again, Pinehurst fell short because they willingly sold a portion of their property to the next door neighbor, the pharmacy, 20 years ago, and also voluntarily rezoned their parking lot to residential. So through their own decisions, they've restricted their ability to use their property as they would now like to do. Any hardship associated with the boundary, with their boundary lines was of their own creation. Also, Pinehurst's current financial difficulties are exacerbated by the debt they still owe to a previous owner, whose ownership portion they purchased years ago, and on which they still have outstanding payments. The purpose of the variance, they claim, is not based exclusively on desire to increase the value or income potential of the property. If Pinehurst offers testimony that this expansion is anything but a desire to increase the value or income of the property, Councilman Conway and others will know this to be untrue. At several community meetings attended by the councilman and many others, members of the Pinehurst Wine Shop have explicitly stated their business model of selling wine was not as successful as in the past, and that they hope to pivot in order to make more revenue. Also, a for-profit entity stated desire to serve as a focal point of the community, outdoor music or whatever, must be viewed with suspicion. This isn't the YMCA.
Quickly, I want to make sure that the whole discussion regarding outdoor music, let's just take that off the table.
Okay.
Because I think as Ms. Audette identified, that's not a permitted use. Indoor music would even require board approval, so I don't want anybody to walk out of here saying, okay, outdoor music, because we all know that's not.
Fair enough.
Okay?
Ignore my statement. It would be disingenuous of the board to find that ancillary events designed to raise foot traffic are not meant to maximize revenue for the business. They claim the variance will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate area, or substantially diminish and impair property values in the neighborhood, which is totally residential. It seems obvious that the proposal to expand the business in order to draw in more customers and host many special events with occasional music would injure the quiet use and enjoyment of the residential neighborhood that surrounds it. Additionally, on-site events would force customer vehicles into the surrounding, totally residential neighborhoods for parking. There's no parking in front of or alongside the store, and they have a very small parking lot. There is no evidence presented that the enhanced use of Pinehurst property will not diminish property values. In fact, any property value decrease will lower the city's tax base, which I think is probably the most important part of our opposition to this. You get fewer residential house taxes. They claim the variance will not be detrimental or endanger the public health, security, general welfare, or morals, or in any way be contrary to the public interest. In order to grant this variance, the commission must therefore find that the community would benefit from having a large liquor store, carry-out liquor store. More square footage to sell alcohol in a fully residential neighborhood can't possibly be in the general public's interest. Absent some other influence, it is difficult to see how Pinehurst can demonstrate the required insistence of unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty because of the particular physical surroundings. The need for this expansion has been caused by self-inflicted wounds. They did it themselves. and is purely for the purpose of maximizing revenues and the value of the building, which is not at the best interest of the community. The request for relief from the zoning variance must fail. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Real quickly, so getting back to one of Vice Chair Stevenson's comments earlier, it appears as though you are opposed to both the expansion of the use and the variance issue and the variance request.
Yes, and I think I speak for other residents in the room. Yes, we are.
Okay, so, I mean, and how long has it been a liquor store?
Well, I moved there in 1997. It was there then, so
Okay. Since the 50s?
it's been there, yeah.
All right. But just again, to be clear, you're opposing both the expansion of the use and the variance?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the speaker from the commission?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll leave this alone.
Next. 1 second, then you're next. Nope, you are up, and then I'm creating a queue, if you
Okay.
will.
It's on. I'm Louisa Murphy. I'm the Vice President of the Bologna Giddings Community Association. I'm here in lieu of Darlene Townsend, who's on vacation. As the first commercial expansion in Bologna Giddings, as Mr. Strook said, in 84 years, this change would certainly have a major impact on the neighborhood and especially near neighbors. As such, the Bologna Giddings Community Association is working hard to negotiate an MOU, which would hopefully minimize as many negative impacts from the increased commercial intensity and changes to the uniformity of setbacks by way of that major variance they're asking for, as much as possible. We are working on it. We're trying to get there. It's worth noting that the requested variance for the Giddings side addition would reduce the existing current 30-foot setback. So they are set back from Giddings. They're set back from Giddings by 30 feet, but they only have to be set back by 25 feet. But anyway, they're going to change that to only 9.3 feet. So that, the Giddings side addition alone would increase the size of Pinehurst business by 41%, which is pretty big. That's the 840 square foot that addition, divided by their 2,025 square foot business. And it would increase the size of the entire building, which is 4,040 feet per the SDAT data, by 21%. So, and if you factor in actually both additions, totaling 1,325 feet, that would increase the size of Pinehurst business by 65%, and would increase the size of the building by 33%. So in light of the magnitude of this proposal, the Bologna Giddings Community Association has spent countless hours talking to near and far neighbors to gauge community appetite. Many are in favor. In fact, the degree of fervor in support does seem to, in general, increase the further away from this proposed, expansion that you get. So as you get closer to Pinehurst, enthusiasm tends to diminish, such that if you get right up to the building, the two neighbors who actually touch the building are 100% against. And I have letters from them, and I think you have them in your files, from the NJs and the Benders, who do feel that this variance would be injurious to the use and enjoyment of their property in the immediate vicinity. So they also point out that there doesn't seem to be anything unique about the property and that the hardship was self-created, obviating the legal right to a variance, but you've cited those letters. Although I don't see any analysis in all this. So they talk about the conditional use issues, but no findings of fact have happened on the variance. Like there are no points in this that talk about how they've satisfied the variance issue. So that's one thing. So in summary, the Bologna Giddings Community Association is certainly hoping for success in negotiating an MOU if the property can be lawfully granted a variance. However, we have yet to settle on mutually agreeable terms. If we're ultimately unable to reach an agreement and it can't be proven that a variance can be lawfully granted, then the Bologna Giddings Community Association won't have the community's backing to support the bill. So that's the Community Association's position. I should also note a little postscript that in C1BC, here's the tables for C1BC, that no change to any existing setback or yard may be made unless approved by the board as a variance. So it looks like they need a variance for both of these, not just the one.
So real quickly, we did talk about that on our wait for the elevator. If you see the red line that's shown here on this plan, that is the minimum setback requirements. And the blue does not encroach into that setback. This blue,
Right.
the rear expansion right here
Uh-huh.
does not encroach into this red line, so that there is no variance necessary for that setback.
Even though it's a change to a setback?
That's actually a good question.
Yeah, I think
It says
this
any
is
change.
unique, as this V1, the VC sub-district has the unique provision that says.
Any change to any existing
It's right here,
setback.
any change.
Okay. Point well
So-
taken. I think that the onus is on the applicant to explain why.
Okay. Also, like, aren't there supposed to be findings of fact about the variance satisfaction in order for the staff to recommend this?
Yes.
Where
I
are
think
those?
If you go back through, we have a staff report.
But I have it too, but it doesn't have anything in there about the variance.
That was the memo that.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
talks about, it doesn't say why the findings of fact satisfy the requirements for a variance.
That was a memo we don't have.
Yep. And there is a memo that we do not have, which may include those, which I am sure the applicant's council will help us address.
Okay, sounds good. Also, in the staff report, it says additional points of interest. And it says comparative C1VC zone properties in other areas have a 0% rear yard and side yard setbacks on some areas on their site. See 4800 Roland Avenue as an example. But they didn't get those 0 setbacks from a variance. They were actually born that way in 2017 when Transform happened. And Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark actually wrote those specifically to preclude any changes to C1VC, because buildings in C1VC were originally intended to actually have whatever they're doing inside their existing building. So that was the sentiment behind putting that setback requirement there, of point of interest that should have been in there. And I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
I have one question.
Nope.
I guess thinking out loud, that in theory, there's no actual zoning code parking requirement. If they were to expand in the rear, they would lose parking, but they could do it without, although maybe there would be a variance need there. But I guess, and I looked on Google Street View, didn't see a no parking signage. And maybe people don't park just because it's not safe and cars are zipping past. Do you have a sense of the community sentiment about people parking on the street?
Yeah, they're not into it.
Right, so I mean, I guess it's like if picking your poison of going in the rear, taking up the 8 parking spaces against the building versus Giddings Avenue. So like you lose 8 parking spaces, people be parking in the street versus going back within the normal setback that's normally allowed.
Yeah, people are not psyched about them pushing parking out, because C1VC was supposed to be village center for people to walk. So I guess that's why they obviated parking. I have no idea. But clearly with this new plan, they're trying to draw from further away. So there will actually be more cars coming in. So getting rid of the parking spots and pushing the cars out to Giddings is another reason why some people aren't that psyched.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, Alexander.
Hi, how are you? I'm Alex Hoffman. My husband and I own 6243 Bologna Avenue, directly across the street, and we have been there for 11 years. One of the main reasons we wanted to move to this location was the walk to retail. I'm a city girl. He wanted a detached house. This was the compromise. We're not big customers at Pinehurst Liquors because we frankly just don't drink very much. They do carry Taharka Brother ice cream. We probably spend more money on that. And But we've reviewed the plans, and I honestly think the proposed addition is very handsome. I think it's very much in keeping with the historic character of the neighborhood. And like so many other historic structures, they often have to adapt and change as times change. I know that's something that we've dealt with as homeowners of historic buildings. And it's something that I think business owners have to deal with as well when they're working within historic buildings. In terms of some of the unique characteristics that I believe justify the proposed variances that are requested and before you today, the C1 VC zoning district, which I actually was a member of the planning department staff at the time that it was developed and worked on, is really a very unusual zoning district made for these kind of oddball historic commercial buildings. Staff referenced the Roland Park shopping center where you have Petit Louis as kind of, I think, the real typical building that this district was created for. I think almost by definition, buildings that are in C1 VC are anomalous. It's why the zoning district was created. I think what's being proposed here is well within keeping of the historic character of the neighborhood. I believe that this retail is a real amenity and an asset to my home's value and the broader community. I think a lot of the younger residents who are moving in really are attracted by the fact that they can walk to this retail or the Giant on York Road or Belvedere Square. So I understand that there's some concern by some of the residents. I think there is, frankly, some of it's a generational divide. But I think, the current operators have been very good neighbors to us. And I feel confident that, should other operators in the future be in this location and we have issues with them, that we'll have recourse through the liquor board to address those issues. I've been very involved in the negotiation of the MOU, which I understand is not before you today. I'd love to see that get executed because I think it is a happy medium of allowing this business to continue to thrive while having some guardrails in place. But I'd ask that the Planning Commission today move this forward to the next step, recommend move to City Council, and hopefully that MOU will come to fruition by the time Council acts on this. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think it's probably safe to say that the council's not going to act on it unless an MOU is probably reached. I mean, I'm not speaking for anybody, but I kind of got that. I kind of got that feeling.
I think folks are very close. It's been a long negotiation. It would be great to see this come to fruition, and great to see the investment in the commercial building in Baltimore City.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Are there any questions for the speaker?
As a planner, you might remember, do you know what the zoning was to the, here to the right, so I guess that's.
R1E.
Now it is, but what, do you know if it was before transformative?
It was R1.
Oh,
And in fact,
R1.
this corner was zoned R1 and it was a non-conforming use. And as you may recall, as part of Transform Baltimore, there was a move to actually take some of those longstanding non-conforming liquor stores and have them actually forced to shut down because of concerns about public health detriment. There were some businesses like Pinehurst Liquors that really don't have those kinds of public health concerns. Frankly, the folks who patronize Pinehurst Liquors are the folks in the neighborhood. It's not attracting the kind of loitering and negative activities that you see in other locations. So the C1 VC zoning district was a way to kind of get at that quality that Pinehurst Liquors has really exemplified and allow them to continue to remain open, even though originally under the zoning code they were non-conforming and would have been forced to close. So.
Yeah, and I was thinking, well, even the properties to the right, that looked like there was a subdivision in 2010-ish.
Yeah, 2010 was actually change sheet in 17. No,
Yeah.
17 was a subdivision. So if that was R1,
Yeah.
The site, it looks like a very narrow setback for R1, so I'm guessing they got variances or something, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, yeah. And it's something that I'm actually personally very sensitive to. I grew up next to a liquor store that was not nearly as nice as Pinehurst Liquors in West Baltimore. And so I remember going to the hearings about closing, some of those non-conforming liquor stores and the very real community concerns in some of the communities that were impacted by those stores, as well as the business concerns from the operators.
We heard plenty of those
I know.
before the date that they had to be.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, I think the zoning district is real testimony to the kind of quality that Pinehurst Liquors has exemplified at this corner for the whole 11 years I've been here.
Yeah, I guess correcting my statement, let's say 05 for like the house that was to the right.
any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Yep, come on up. We've got two hands up. Nope, you're up next.
Good afternoon. My name's Andrew McLaughlin, and I will just start by saying that I'm actually treasurer of the community association. Was recently elected to that position at that May meeting a couple months ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Exactly. I've said that as I was letting people know that I had to go to a zoning mission. Pro tip, don't volunteer. But actually, I'm here personally. So kind of set that aside. I'm happy to answer any questions folks may have about the MOU because I have been involved in that and certainly engaging in that in good faith and asked to speak to Al afterwards. So I feel like I'm able to take both of those things independently. I recall in a recent instance of jury service, the judge asked me if I had been a victim of a crime. I was assaulted and had my bike stolen. My jaw was broken. And she said, well, do you think you can be impartial? And I said, yes, absolutely. And ended up in a good outcome, I believe. That said, I live at 6301 Boxwood. So that is, if you looked at the aerial views, I don't know if you want to pull that up, but basically my backyard is directly to the north. The house right there at Boxwood and Giddings. So front of the house faces Boxwood. The rear, my driveway, I can walk across the street and get some liquor, which I do. I did last night. Needed some Irish whiskey and got some. But again, mere feet away from the establishment. My wife and I moved there in 2021 with our 3 daughters. We lived out in Cockeysville. The irony there is that we had lived in Lake Evesham, moved to the county for the schools, turned around and sent them to Bryn Mawr. So moved back. My wife got a job there, and it's very convenient. And so, I will sort of offer a counterpoint to what Alex said, and I certainly appreciate that. But like, she used to live to a problem liquor store and lived next to a problem liquor store, lives next to a fine one now. I'm coming from the county where it was super quiet. And I certainly appreciate that about the current neighborhood. And again, have no qualms about what's going on there now. But I do have concerns about what may happen in the future. We'll say that, since moving in, we've made aware of those historic issues with trying to establish a restaurant, et cetera. As I've heard it, this recent expansion plan, the sole justification is economic, which again, don't know all the details. I'm not a zoning commissioner by any means. But that seems to be a hurdle that needs to be cleared and maybe isn't in terms of some justification beyond economic. I sympathize with that, but I just don't think that that's a reason necessarily to approve. So beyond all of those zoning and variance issues, personally, I have concerns about the impact to our quality of life, given that we're so close. They mentioned outdoor seating. The parking is certainly an issue. Like, we have basically one opportunity to park in our driveway. We do have multiple cars. I've got a daughter that drives, another one that's about to get her license. And so we need and use those parking spots right there at the corner. So I do have concerns about that. And I also question whether the expansion and potential different uses fits with the character of the neighborhood. So again, remarkably quiet for where it is. I appreciate that and would hesitate to see that change. So for those reasons, I regretfully express my opposition.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Andrew McLaughlin. And I can give you this if that's helpful to put into a record or anything like that.
That's fine.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to submit it.
Commissioners like to see first?
No, I mean, just go ahead and let's scan it and get it on the Wix page.
Brad,
I
do
think
you
you
have a floor plan slide, it wasn't in our materials, I don't think. I don't know if it's the official floor plan or showing the interior.
That was not in our materials.
Right. So I guess, Mr. McLaughlin, I guess it strikes me that it seems like a minor addition that's, well, showing just like storage space. Like, can you articulate the concern? I guess, is it just, if they don't actually show, they do something different than what they're showing here, just more storage space, that there's gonna be like this
Well, there was
extra activity?
mention of outdoor seating, that's certainly, and if it's going to be a deli, there's going to be people outside. They talked about being open until 10 o'clock at night. People sitting at that, voices are going to carry straight across Giddings in my backyard.
I guess like the devil's advocate, like if they did the outdoor seating, if they did that now, without an addition, they could do that.
I don't know if there's a patio in that spot.
So
right
what if
now.
they wanted, I mean, I guess.
There's nothing stopping them from.
That's what I'm getting at here, which
But
is.
maybe the point is that they're not, and I'm
Right.
happy with that.
Right,
So
I
I don't want
guess,
that to.
maybe it's MOU discussion, which maybe is not part of this hearing, but I guess I'm just showing what's on here is like, well, there might be outdoor seating one day, but what they're showing as an expansion doesn't have like the outdoor seating and like the live entertainment or like the concerns. Is the fear that they'll be doing more business and thus be more enticed to do more activity that will be.
Yeah, I mean, specifically with the deli concept, and again, the outdoor seating, because right now, there is nothing outside. I mean, people will sit out and eat ice cream in front of Pinehurst, and I do that.
Yeah.
But that's in front of Charles Mead, the
Maybe it's
pharmacy.
too small, so the deli would be, but showing in the proposed addition.
I don't know that there's a specific floor plan for, is a deli even permitted as a permitted use?
I think there's light food services I
retail,
saw on the
yes.
list.
I mean, there was a list of uses that Ms. Audette put up on the PowerPoint. Keep going.
It was further
Keep
down
going.
if you're going up.
I think,
There
there
it
you go.
is. So food processing, light.
Okay.
Outdoor dining. Outdoor dining.
Retail goods.
Wouldn't outdoor dining cover that theory?
Or retail, or retail good establishment.
Okay. All right, good.
And just for what it's worth, like, I wrote this down and failed to mention it earlier, but when, and I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but the woman that was talking initially about historic properties with zero variance, like, those are historic properties that have been here for centuries, right? Like, this is
No,
C1
not
BC,
necessarily.
which is, well, no, not necessarily, but,
I mean, I think probably this tech.
there's what,
technically
two
qual-
C1 BCs? Is that how
Sorry?
many there are? 5? Okay. So, for what it's worth, all right.
Any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, sir. I believe there's one other gentleman in the green T-shirt, and then Mr. Barry.
Hello, my name is Dan Frick. I'm a resident of there, just 2 blocks away. We moved in 2 years ago, and I've loved walking to Pinehurst and the pharmacy. We utilize both those businesses in our neighborhood, and it was a huge selling point for us to move into this community. We do live in the city. That is the city line is, I believe, just at Giddings. And part of living in a city and a neighborhood such as that gives us the best of both worlds. It is a wonderful, quiet, heavily wooded neighborhood, but you do not lose the perks of being able to walk to a community member's storefront, patronize their business instead of having to take your business elsewhere. To me, that helps build and grow a community in only positive ways. I'd like to read a letter my wife and I submitted to the council. We are Bologna Giddings residents writing in support of Pinehurst Wine Shop in this matter for this week's hearing. We are in favor of the proposed zoning variance and have no concerns about pending issues, including special events and even cannabis sales, but that's not included in this. It's just a matter of...
Yeah, don't go there, man.
No, I won't. But it's a matter of allowing the owners to grow with the times and include packaged goods, food service, and expanding their wine and liquor selection to allow us to bring our business within our community. I also want to note that the Bologna Giddings Community Association is widely regarded by a lot of the members as evidenced in some of the voting that took place at our last meeting as not being fully representative of the community. I just want to make note that when some people against this point out that, oh no, everyone's against it or something like that, that is not fully representative of our community. That is a subjective opinion. They also provide only a single slate of candidates for voting each year, and the process for voting on those members of our board, in my opinion, was disingenuous this year. They also, and I can't speak to previous years, but they also hold, at our most recent annual meeting in June, the informal vote was overwhelmingly to allow Pinehurst Wine Shop to proceed without further restrictions in the MOU with the community. Subsequent to that vote, which BGCA never announced the results of, the board continued to pursue additional caveats and restrictions without community support. And what I'm referencing is that the continued MOU proposals that are in the negotiations that they're putting forth have not been voted on by our community or even brought forth because we only are currently holding meetings once a year. And that's it. Thank you for your work in stewarding these issues. I just wanted to voice our opinion on the matter and show support here today.
So real quickly, so what I heard you just say is you had a vote, there was a vote at an annual meeting of the Community Association, and you believe that the vote resulted in support, a majority of the people supported the proposed improvements to Pinehurst Liquor.
Yeah, I can explain.
Okay, hold on a second. I don't need, I'm talking to one person, okay?
Thank you. I would, if I had to hand it off to anyone, I prefer that our councilman speak because I believe he properly represented what that issue was. But it was a vote.
I heard you just say.
Yeah, it was an informal vote cast.
An informal vote, okay. All right.
We had to push to get that. We wanted the community to hold a vote showing that whether or not we did or did not support their process without any further additions to that. And the results, as I believe our councilman mentioned the numbers, but it was a majority clearly for that.
Okay, you've answered my question. Cool. Are there any other questions from the commission? No, sir? No?
Question here.
Nope. Sir, you don't get to ask questions.
I don't.
No, unfortunately, this is a singular mode of,
Okay.
You're more than welcome, or have one of your colleagues come back up and ask us,
I was
but,
trying.
but you don't get to cross-examine a witness. So, are there any other questions for? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And because of the fire alarm, I might get towed, so I'd love to stay around here everyone else's thing. But
Good luck. All right. I think, Mr. Barry, you were next, unless there's anyone else here from the public who would like this. Okay. Do you guys, Al, you want a bad cleanup? Is that what I'm seeing? Okay. All right, so I think, yes, sir, come on up, and then you in the black and white? Yeah, whatever that is. Very good. All right.
Thank you.
Who are you?
My name is Reza Devani. I live 6 houses away from the business. Thank you in advance for sharing a few moments of your time with me. I want to address a few things that came up and then kind of get to what I really wanted to discuss. This is dead space when you look at the map. If that space, if there were trees or bushes there, it would make no impact on the community. Allowing this extra storage will not negatively impact the community. And I've heard property values listed. Well, I bought my house for $450,000 approximately 6 years ago, and apparently now it's worth $900,000. We're not having any issues with property values in this community. And having
Cash out, man. No, I'm just kidding.
And having a local business that's around the corner and walking distance that you can go to for a bag of ice like I did the other day or other local goods will only improve and increase the value of the properties in the community. It will not hurt the value of the properties of the community. And I'm sure that the houses around places like Izzy's down in Mount Vernon certainly understand that. Those property values are not struggling by a local business that's supportive of them. Now to my real points, local business. The gentleman who I understand to be the owner of this shop, Gordy is the only name I know him by, lives as a member of the community a few blocks away. This isn't some liquor store like those that I lived on when I was 2 blocks from Greenmont off East 27th Street, where I lived before I could afford to be in this neighborhood. It's a totally different type of establishment. This is a gentleman who will stop his car when you're driving by and wave and say, "How are the kids?" He'll know your name. It's a local man who lives a few blocks away who's a part of the community. Why would he do something that would hurt himself because he's part of the community? If property values goes down or the community hurts, he will feel the pain with us. He's not an outsider. So although I'm a trial lawyer by trade, I think the most poignant thing I can say today is genuinely, I know this place to be called Smaltimore. And that's what I came here for. It's different than DC where I used to live. Supporting a local, family-owned, family-run business that reaches out to the community and hosts the community is the most Smaltimore thing we can do, and allowing a little bit of extra space so they can compete against 3 other alcohol stores that are within a 5-minute drive is the least we can do to help support this business, and therefore I support this business, and I ask that you please consider doing the same.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for him? I just have one. I think you beat Councilman Conway and the best dressed man in the.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you. Appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am, yours.
Hi, my name's Wendy Pantle. I live about a block away. I'm sorry, this is very bit loud. Pantle. Like Mickey Mantle, but with a P. And I've lived in that neighborhood for 20 years now, and I actually used to live right across the street from Pinehurst and love the neighborhood so much. I moved down the street, but just to stay in the neighborhood. And we used to go to Pinehurst all the time, think it's a great business as is. I understand that you can't consider the MOU as part of your discussion, but I feel as though the variance is directly affected has direct effect. The MOU has direct effect on it. And I think because there are, for instance, they've requested 18 live events every year. And could they do that without the patio? I don't know. Could they do that without their expansion? I sort of doubt it. And I think the other thing is that the expansion in the back that takes away the parking, that really affects our neighborhood because people, there aren't very many, it's not a very big parking lot as it is. And when people take away parking spots, they're going to end up in the streets in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Well, are they taking away parking? I thought, I hypothetically asked the question, but I don't think they are taking away parking
Are
spaces.
they not removing parking spots? Oh, awesome. And so I think that even though the variant, and my kids, all the kids in the neighborhood grew up walking across the street and going to the Charles Mead to get snowballs. And it scares me, quite honestly, to think of cars lined up on Giddings and having kids dart between those cars. It scares me. Right now, there's great sight lines. Bologna and Giddings as an intersection is not great already in terms of accidents. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but it makes me nervous to think about all those cars. And when you have a place like a deli and you have outdoor seating, people stay if that's what they're going to encourage. People are going to stay and eat. Right now, people hop into the pharmacy and they leave. They hop in and they grab a bottle of wine and they leave. But if you're going to encourage people to stay, those cars are going to be parked a lot longer in the parking lot, and then all the overflow is going to end up going on the streets in the neighborhoods. And I think that really worries me.
If they don't come from the neighborhood to enjoy the events.
If they don't, yes, and I think if you have, again, I know that you said not to talk about outdoor events, but that is part of what their request is and what they're planning to do. And that would bring a lot of out of the neighborhood traffic in.
Yeah, and that's a separate discussion
Yep.
for a separate body at a separate time. I think unfortunately, there's only so many things that we can consider.
Understood. I guess what I'm saying is I think the variance consideration opens up some possibilities for this business that don't currently exist, and that's why I think it's related, even though I know you can't consider the MOU.
Good. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I thought I saw another hand up, other than.
If I can
No, I'm
add,
sorry,
it's
Robin.
not a question so much, but
Come on back up. I failed to recognize Commissioner Allen.
Yes.
It's not a question, but just to piggyback on your comment, I'm very familiar with the area, and I think of Giddings as a throughway street. I know I certainly use it that way to get from Charles to York Road, to get to the Giant. I think a number of people use that as a throughway, and if they notice the additional or become aware of the additional uses of that property, there might be, what's the word I want? instantaneous is not quite the word I want, but of the moment decisions, oh, let me stop and check this place out. And I'm concerned about the parking. That's one of the things that I'm been concerned about relative to this, even as I've driven through and taken pictures of the area. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And the other person who lives across the street, because the gentleman on Box Hill, your property might be the first one that people look at to
Yeah,
park.
yeah, Boxwood is definitely the closest
Is
street.
Boxwood? Yeah.
Yeah, in proximity and directly across from the parking lot, so.
So I just wanted to make those comments added on to the two of you.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate your efforts of taking pictures and coming through the neighborhood, so.
Well, I was going to the Giant.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Oh, yes, Councilman.
Yeah. Just wanted to clarify to one of the testimonies from the gentleman earlier about the vote that they held at their annual meeting. So the vote was, the question was whether or not they wanted to require certain restrictions on the deed of the property and to pursue that as a community association. And the context of that was, do we really want to move forward, and how much do we want to fight, how much we restrict on this property? Largely, folks in the room were in favor. There are, of course, folks opposed, some of which you've heard from today. And that vote was 59 said no, they did not want to further restrict the property, and 15 did want to restrict the property.
59 to 15.
59 to 15. So that the question was not exactly do we support or oppose the MOU, but mostly saying they want to move forward. They don't want to be overly restrictive. They want to be supportive of Pinehurst, and I think we want to find a way to move forward. And I think that's the real question.
I mean, my sense is that, and you know, you as the councilman would please help me here. My sense is that people like the business
very much.
They're concerned about the expansion of the business and what that could bring. But I think they'd probably be just as concerned if, because of the expansion, the existing operator can't make a financial run at it and he leaves, and any one of these other uses can come in. Right?
Yes.
So, you know, the other thing that's in the back of my mind is, and this is financially, I have no idea what this is, if they put a second floor on it, there's no variance request, there's no setback request, there is the conditional use, the expansion request, but all of the other stuff goes away. And they have the height limitation to do that. Is it financially feasible to rip off a roof and add a second floor? Probably not, but I mean, if I'm thinking downstream. So as the council person, you know, and if you don't feel comfortable saying this because you don't know, what do you think in terms of the community? There's probably more people who are supportive of the business and potential expansion, or it's a 50-50, or there's more people who are against it. And if you don't know, I'm totally cool with, I don't know.
I would pretty safely say most folks want to support Pinehurst. It is their local store. They use it very regularly. They are, you know, very good neighbors and partners and work really well with the neighborhood. There are, I think, concerns from folks, especially some of the folks that are closer to the property that are worried about the likelihood of events and you know what that may mean for the quietness of the neighborhood. But I would say largely people support it. I think the approach that I've taken is I want them to try to figure that out as much as possible and be cognizant of all those concerns about events, noise, parking, and all that good stuff. I do think there's a way forward here, and I've been trying to encourage them to get there.
And I think that's a very wise way to move forward.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman. Okay, are there any questions for the councilman now that he's walked away?
It was his tailor.
Yeah. That's right. All right, Mr. Barry.
Thank you, members of the commission. It's been a long day. I don't want to go into all the history, but I think some of the history is worth going into because of what some of the community people have testified to. This has been going on for, as somebody mentioned, before Transform Baltimore, when there was a proposal to have a larger addition as a restaurant by a previous owner. And that was close to unanimously objected to by the community because they didn't want a restaurant. So we went back to the drawing boards. The owner at that time spent over $100,000 improving the existing building, modified the plans to take off the second floor. There was a sort of mezzanine space in the addition that you could see in the plans, and decided to work with the new owners and Transform Baltimore, and we applied for an addition that went to the zoning board. And the zoning board did not make a decision because there was some ambiguity in how Transform Baltimore treated this type of conditional use, or this type of liquor store. So as Councilman Conway said, there was an amendment that, as part of the Transform, that basically required liquor stores in this zone required council approval rather than zoning board approval to expand. We did not object to that. We said, fine, we're willing to go to the council for plans that have essentially not changed for 5 years. And we did, I do think it's somewhat, if not extremely disingenuous for some of the community members that we've been negotiating with that are on the board of the association to represent the association is somewhat, or give you the impression that they're somewhat against this, when we've been negotiating in good faith on an MOU that I would say is 95, if not 98% agreed to. The association's lawyer prepared it. We've exchanged back and forth. There is, let's say, one issue that we've heard just in recent, has to do with cannabis. I know that's not before you today, but I think that's been
You're
missed.
going to bring that up? We told the other guy not to.
Well, right, no, it's brought it up. But that's the only issue that I'm aware of that the board, or at least the association to their president, I just talked to last weekend before she went away, is concerned about. Two other things have come up that I think are worth talking about. One is the events. What does that mean? Pinehurst now has food trucks that come out. There are events, if you want to call them that, there. And when they were closed during this $100,000 renovation, the whole building was plywooded over. Those of you who might drive by remember that. People didn't know if they were open or not. And so that's going to happen for any addition. And we want to have some events, and we're the language of which we can certainly keep negotiating with, whether it's 18 or I think we started out with 24 because we thought during the period of construction we might need to have a lot of events outside to just call attention that we're still open. That's negotiable, and I know it's not before you. So I think I was really disappointed that Ms. Murphy and Andrew, who I've just talked to last weekend, come up here in effect using the variance findings as a way to fight this because she in particular has been against this the whole time. Whereas the community association sentiment, as you can hear from the councilman's testimony, is very much in support of this going forward.
I don't hold that against the community association because the MOU is not done, and from a timing standpoint, I would do the same thing if I were them. If the MOU was done, then it would be disingenuous for them to come before us and argue against an approved MOU. But the MOU is not done, and we have this hearing. So I would probably do the exact same thing that they're doing, is come up and say, hey, listen, here are the problems we have. That being the case, that's just me.
Okay. Well, as I said, I think it's somewhat in bad faith because we're ready to sign something. If there's only been one issue that's come up, at least I was aware of till this past week, we're ready to do that. Maybe we're waiting to the president to come back, but certainly for the council meeting, that's been our.
You help us with the justification for the variance.
So let me talk about Mr. Struth, is that his name? His first said this is a self-inflicted wound for having to do this. This property was residentially zoned. It was non-conforming up till Transform Baltimore. Councilman Henry put it in the VC, as Ms. Hoffman said, to give it a conforming status. At that point, the whole property was rezoned, both the parking lot and the building. And we voluntarily agreed to downzone the parking lot to residential because we had plans that we were in discussions with to move to the side of the building rather than the parking lot, as you pointed out. At that point, we could have gone back into the parking lot, taken away 8 or 9 parking spaces, be permitted, not require a variance, and there we were. But we decided a couple things. We tore down a shed, which was some of the neighbors, one of which is here, had complained to the city, was an eyesore, so we tore it down, tried to get a permit to replace it for storage. This is all before the zoning happened, and we were told, no, you have to go through this process. So that setback was the same as the setback to the property in the rear, which is shown as storage. Or air conditioning units, coolers, that type of thing. Handicapped bathroom, for the sake of argument. So all of that was part of the negotiation. There was a subdivision to take some property and sell it to a neighbor. This is all part of the context of working with the community on this expansion plan. And we're at the 11th hour, or the 5-yard line, and I think we're going to get there. I'll talk about the variances, but it wasn't self-inflicted. It's part of an overall plan.
At the time it transformed, the property was zoned residential, and it was a legally non-conforming use, correct?
And it was before Transform. Transform rezoned it, yes.
Yeah, so at the time we were going through Transform, it was zoned residential, it was a legal non-conforming use. And therefore, you're not gonna put money into expanding a non-conforming use without having the appropriate zoning, right?
That's right.
And at the time of the zoning, you were in negotiations with, there were discussions that were happening with everybody said this has been happening since 2016.
The plans have been essentially the same, whether it was a restaurant or not. The footprint was the same. We took away the second floor. We don't need it. Where the community, many of the community members said, we don't want a restaurant. So, however, the idea of having a delicatessen came up by one of the community members at one of their board meetings, one of the members who's here. If it is, you're familiar with a very successful wine store called The Wine Merchant. They have a very successful carry-out sandwich place.
Yep.
Very successful, and it was a suggestion by the neighbor. We're not putting in seats. I mean, there are seats out front of the building now, benches that people that go to the Charles Mead, for sandwiches, everything, go out there and sit. That's all we're looking for. We're not looking for anything. There are hours of operation in the MOU. There must be 50 different items that they asked us to do. We're 95% there. They want to have some clarification.
All right, so go back to the variance request then.
So the variance, in our mind, the property is unique for what the staff said. I submitted findings of fact to the commission. I don't know.
Unfortunately, we didn't get those until, apparently they're on the web's page now.
Well, they are on the webpage. Okay, well, let's
They
go.
are now, but I haven't had a chance to read them, so can you just go through them quickly for us?
I think one could look at the first standard, which is finding that the property is unique. And I think the property is unique from several standpoints. One, it's the only commercial property in this residential neighborhood. You have a uniqueness that was created by the city council rezoning the rear parking lot so we couldn't expand into it, which we had that zoning up until just a few years ago. So it's unique from that standpoint. We didn't cause that. The city and the neighborhood caused that to keep as much parking, as you've heard from some of the neighbors. They want to keep as much on-site parking as possible. So I think it meets the standard by any rational analysis of uniqueness for that. In terms of impact on the community, one can argue whether or not having a business successfully expand to deal with, as many of you, Bobby, are aware, many alcohol stores are coming into diversifying their merchandising. You've got the whole craft beer industry in Baltimore in the last 10 years has created the need for display space. All of that's needed for the business. It's not, is economics a part of it? Sure, economics is somewhat a part of it, but I think independent of that, we've got an historic building. We've got a design that the staff was recommending. It's consistent with the historic character of the building. We don't see any impact on traffic that people are talking about. We have sufficient parking. We're not asking for a parking variance. We're keeping the existing parking lot. There is parking, yes, on Giddings. There's parking on Bologna. It's there today. People park there today. I mean, is that increase going to be, there's no evidence that you've heard that it's going to be detrimental. There's no light or air question in terms of who would be affected by this building. It's essentially 1.5-story building. So I think I think it meets the standards. I hope the council ultimately adopts it. As you know, the law department will look at those findings and tell the council if they choose to. If there's any additional findings that the council requests or the law department requests, we will provide that. I think for the commission's purpose, the important thing here is the conditional use, in a sense, and the conditional use which establishes this property as a bona fide retail sales for alcohol. That's presumed to be a permitted use under the zoning code. It's not prejudiced against it.
It's an existing use.
Yes.
We're talking about an expansion of an existing use, which even makes
And
the
it's a small
conditionality
expansion.
of it less tenuous in my
It's a
opinion.
small expansion, by the way. It's like 1,200 square feet. I mean, it's a very small expansion over what the total amount of that building. That liquor store now they have an attic that's used for storage. They have a basement that's used for storage. It's a very small expansion of the existing building.
Are there any questions for Mr. Barry?
And we have the operator, one of the owners here, if you have any questions about how they're gonna, I think he might come up, Gordy, if you want to, in case there are any questions, it might be better for him to.
Are there any questions for Mr. Barry?
One, I guess, question, so on the uniqueness standard, that's the one that's toughest for me to get a hurdle on. And you mentioned that's the only C1 VC. I mean, the standard would be more about I'm looking at it right here, it's physical surrounding, shape, topographical conditions, and then also like other C1 VC properties. I don't have a good sense of other C1 VC properties except for Petit Louis. So I guess.
Well, there's one in Lawndale at
I guess could you go,
Pinehurst.
if you know them well enough, could you
Oh, I can
differentiate?
talk I don't know what their existing setback are. The ones I'm familiar with, there's one at Pinehurst Station is one property. Eddie's on Roland Avenue is another. Roland Park Shopping Center is another one.
So I guess could you distinguish this from those? I know you're gonna put you in the spot there, but that would be like the helpful uniqueness standard in my mind to say why this is unique from those other examples.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to speak for you, but the thing that's been sitting here in the back of my head is, it's an existing historic building. That's unique. That creates a level of uniqueness that in and of itself, to me, says, okay, setbacks and whatnot. I mean, the quotations from the gentleman regarding topography and lot configuration and everything else, I get that, and in a lot of instances, especially in a more suburban setting, that is very much the case and what creates a unique hardship. But in this particular instance, the unique hardship is the fact that the existing building is an historic building that's been there since whatever, and been in operation for since 1950. So what are your chances for expanding that? I only got so many. I can go in the back.
I can talk it out loud too. I was asking for the.
Yeah. No, I'm talking out loud. Now, having said that, what do you got? Yeah, that sounds good, man.
I appreciate the suggestions. Obviously, the definition is up to both the commission and ultimately the city council of whether it meets those standards. I think, other than the people who frankly are against this and have been against this from the beginning, they're using that as an excuse. The MOU, I accept, is something that we need to get done because the councilman, and I frankly want to give him a lot of credit for bringing this forward, because we were trying for years to negotiate with the Bologna Giddings Association board, and they refused to meet with us. They said, we don't have to deal with this. So we held our own meeting in May, a year ago, and overwhelming support. No vote, overwhelming support. They told the board to go back and start negotiating with. Councilman Conway said, go back and negotiate. So they had a committee of the immediate neighbors. Ms. Hoffman was on that committee. She can explain that. And from that comes a list of MOU points that their lawyer prepared that we are prepared to sign. We need some clarification on the outdoor events and how many there can be, and the side issue, which came up, cannabis, just to. It's the elephant in the room to some people. That's what I heard from the president. People didn't understand what that meant, and it's not before you. I don't have to elaborate, but that was it. There was some other. Mr. Andrew had said to me, "Well, the association wants to have a right of first refusal or an option to buy the property." in case before you sell it to anybody else, before a new owner comes in. I said, do you really think the board the association could sign an MOU that gives you the right to pay for that? Because that's what it's gonna take. The right of first refusal is gonna cost some money. We're glad to give it to somebody. I don't think it can be an association, it's a nonprofit. But I said, if you wanna put together a group of neighbors to put in a mostly refundable deposit toward a right of first refusal option, we're fine. Put together a group to do that. But don't put the association into buying that option when they have the money. I don't know if they have the money, but it's really not for me to say. But that's a side issue because he doesn't want a restaurant there. And many people don't. I understand, but that's not what this is about.
And unfortunately, we've spoken a lot about the MOU, which we said in the beginning, we really can't, and you recognize, we really can't take that into consideration as part of our deliberations. You've helped in terms of some of the variance standards, and I appreciate that. Are there any other questions for Mr. Barry?
And the owner is here if you have any questions for him.
I don't, do you want to speak?
Only if you guys have questions for me. I mean, I'm here to answer those.
Does anybody have any questions for the owner-operator? I think we're good. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. All right, it's up to us to make a decision and recommendation to the council on the expansion of the conditional use and the variance. Thoughts, questions, comments, deliberations? A motion.
Someone mentioned, a lot of things have been mentioned. Tax revenue has been mentioned. The city's master plan is sort of the greater good has been mentioned. Lots of things. I'm compelled by the idea of allowing this business to compete with other liquor stores. I'd be willing to bet that the next closest option for folks to buy wine is going to be on the county side of that line. Keeping business within the city, I think, is good. I guess I'll stop there. I think, as the deputy mayor sort of framed for the community, the property owner has a number of options here. They could build up, they could build back into the parking lot, or with this variance, they could build out on the corner. So I think when we're balancing these different interests, I think it is important to consider what's the least impactful compromise.
I agree. Any other thoughts, comments? I mean, I hope the community group and the owner-operator continue to work together, come to resolution on that MOU, present it to the councilmen so that it can be brought before the council for their ultimate vote. I see, a lot of support. I'm hearing about a lot of support. I'm hearing also about some concerns, very legitimate concerns. It's your neighborhood, and it's your home, and it's probably one of your biggest investments, and we get that, we understand that. But hopefully y'all can still work together. Again, our purview is limited to the criteria by which we have to judge, and I appreciate the evidence that was presented, or the testimony that was presented by both the community group and by Mr. Barry. And I've been thinking about it since we started talking, and actually since I read this, and so I have my own thoughts. But yes, Commissioner Horn.
I just want to publicly thank the councilman for his leadership on this. I know you kind of walked into this, but appreciate you trying to bring the sides together. That brings me confidence in terms of his role, that hopefully in the future some type of MOU can be done. Also, I want to thank Mr. Barry because we didn't have the findings of facts in the beginning, but now that I kind of read them, I think it gives me a better understanding and clarity in terms of my vote. So thanks.
Also, recognizing the councilman's decision to move forward without unanimity. I think too often people want full 100% unanimous support before doing any action. That's hard to get, and so I appreciate him bringing this forward. I think on the issue, it strikes me, I said it publicly, like the small expansion, I still don't get what the fear is from this operator that is like the parade of horribles, because they could still do outdoor events now. And even if they didn't want to have, they expanded for storage, they could put a freezer truck or something in the garage, in the parking lot. But I do recognize the community has legitimate fears that are legitimately held. And so those variance standards do allow the council to impose restrictions, conditions that would minimize the impact on the neighborhood. So if the MOU comes together, or if the councilman feels, or the council is convinced to put standards in, maybe screening or something, or restrictions on events and time of day, that makes everybody feel comfortable, that might be the way to go. On the conditional use, I'm pretty clear on that one. It's given the standard that it's no worse here than elsewhere in the C1 VC zone. I think that is easy to meet, to expand the existing conditional use. The variance is, I think, a tougher hurdle on the uniqueness standard. But I still think there too, like compared to other C1 VC zones, it's still unique compared to them. And like the condition being that they could go taller, but that might mess up the unique or historic nature of the building. So I guess I'd be supportive of going with the staff report to recommend approval.
Is that a motion?
It sounds like there will be, unless people want to talk further.
Anyone else want to add to that?
I do.
Okay.
Very quickly, because my perspective is always on the sort of the physical impact of additions and buildings. And I think because of the uniqueness of that little building on the corner, it'd be actually really hard to expand it vertically to do retail. Nobody's going to walk up to the second floor to buy a case of beer. And so I think that, in fact, the practical way to expand that building is in the direction that it's expanding. I wasn't convinced at first that it was necessary, and I was really afraid that it would really constrict that intersection, the other three corners of which are respecting residential setbacks. But I think the architectural renderings are compelling, and they don't detract from the character of the building in a manner in which other types of additions would. So I also happen to think, Bologna Giddings has been under reconstruction since forever. And maybe someday it'll be repaved in a proper manner. But I do know that in the course of the recent renovations, the entire south side of Giddings has been striped for parking. And in fact, if you go another block past Bologna, people park at their homes all the time on Giddings Avenue. In fact, I would argue that parking on the street would be a traffic calming move and would potentially decrease the speeds at which people go racing through that intersection. So I think that, physically, this is an addition that can fit without harm to the fabric of the neighborhood. There you go.
Does that result in a motion?
In that regard, I would approve the recommendation of staff, or make a motion to approve the recommendation of staff.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, second. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen,
Disapprove.
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Talib Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve. Again, I hope you all are able to continue your conversations with the developer, work out the finals of that MOU, and move forward. I suggest that you go open a bottle of wine and start those conversations right now. All right? All right, we've got one last item. Item 12 has been postponed, so we've got one last item. It's now 4:15, so let's get to it.
All right. Last item on the
Hold on a
agenda
second.
today.
What?
Should I let them?
Yes, yes, of course. Okay. Mr. Secretary.
I thought Robin wanted something.
No, she wants to speak after the meeting.
Okay. All right, the last item on the agenda is City Council Bill number 24-0544, zoning for Hartford Road Overlay District in the 3rd Councilmatic District. Carmen Morrison will present.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chairman of the Planning Commission and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Carmen Morrison. I am the Northeast District Planner, and I am here to present the City Council Bill 24-0544. The request is for the purpose of establishing the Hartford Road Overlay District, delineating the boundaries of the district, creating applicable use regulations within the district, establishing bulk and yard regulations within the district, detailing other applicable standards within the districts, amending certain off-street parking requirements, and generally relating to the establishment of the Hartford Road Overlay District. Staff is myself, Carmen Morrison. The bill was introduced by Councilman Ryan Dorsey. Owners of this area are various private, public, institutional owners, and the mayor and city council. This area is in the Northeast District Planning, and myself is the district planner. So how do I go forward? Okay, so this map shows the area of the overlay district, which starts just north of Herring Run Park and extends along Hartford Road all the way to the city-county line. It also extends east and west of Hartford Road about 500 feet into the residential fabric, with some areas along some major crossroads that it can extend about 1,000 feet. This area is primarily characterized by a commercial corridor along Hartford Road, and there are 3 commercial corridors here: Lauraville, Hamilton, and North Hartford Road. The Lauraville and Hamilton commercial areas are supported also by the Hamilton Business Main Street program. The overlay zoning also goes into some neighborhood statistical areas, kind of a lot of them, starting with Arcadia in the south, Beverly Hills, Moravia Walther, Waltherson, Lauraville, Hamilton Hills, Hamilton, Westfield, and North Hartford Road that goes all the way to the city-county line. Going forward, this is a satellite view of the area, and I apologize for the fuzziness, but because it's just a very large area. It's about a 3-mile long from the beginning of the district in the south to the city-county line. But just to give you an idea where it is, and this is also showing the district in the northeast corner as it relates to Baltimore City, and as you can see, it's in the mostly in the northeast part of the city. This shows the existing zoning districts in this corridor, and the zoning districts are represented mainly by commercial zoning along Hartford Road corridor, starting with C1, C2, and a couple of C3 zoning districts, and also 2 small parcels that are industrial mixed use. And the rest is in the residential area, such as R1, R3, R4, with a small pocket of R5 and R6, and a small pocket of open space. So I think that's all I have to say about the zoning. Moving on to the next page, there are 2 urban renewal plans along Hartford Road. At the bottom, the long one is the Lauraville Business Urban Renewal Plan. It starts at the intersection of Walter Avenue with Hartford Road and extends all the way to Echoedale. And the other one is that's smaller in size is the Hamilton Business Urban Renewal Plan that starts at Gibbons Avenue and goes to Evergreen Road. There are also a couple of other plans. One is Hartford Road Master Plan that was completed in 1977, and a more recent one, a Hartford Road Corridor Study, which was completed in 2008. So we believe that this bill aligns with many of the objectives and goals of this plan in that it will be able to allow to make the area an even more livable community, increasing the density along the corridor and providing more customer supply for the existing businesses, along with the increasing the housing choices for the current residents and attracting new residents, and also provide a better pedestrian experience and more walkability in the area, and allowing for using other transportation modes such as bikes, and also discouraging uses such as auto-oriented uses. So in terms of analysis, the Hartford Road zoning overlay was initiated by Councilman Ryan Dorsey to allow for increased customer supply for businesses along Hartford Road by increasing density along the corridor and within the delineated buffer that I just showed in the map. The bill establishes a new special purpose district in the zoning code that will be included in Title 12, and it will be named Hartford Road Overlay District. The boundaries of the districts are, as I was showing in the map, from Argonne Drive and Parkside on the south and City County Line on the north, and extending about 3 miles on Hartford Road with approximately 500-foot buffer on the east and west sides. The zoning overlay identifies specific uses that are allowed for non-residential and commercial districts, as well as uses that are allowed for residential district within the boundaries of the area, along with other applicable rules and regulations of the zoning code for Baltimore City. For non-residential zoning districts, only the uses that are identified in Table 12-1403, which comes in the next slide, are allowed in this overlay district. For residential districts, the overlay district allows for multifamily dwelling, which otherwise would not be allowed in R1, R2, R3, and R4. And then this allows for multifamily dwellings in all the zoning districts within the overlay district, as well as detached and semi-detached and row housing with, of course, the applicable zoning code regulations. So this is the table I was talking about. So I just want to backpedal a little bit because you're seeing this in this table, some highlighted in yellow with some uses in brackets. What happened that after the bill was introduced and was referred to the Planning Commission for review, and we had Councilman Dorsey actually organized a big community meeting where he invited representatives of the communities along Hartford Road. It became obvious that there had to be some changes within the land uses of this table. So what you're seeing here is the amendments that Councilman Dorsey intends to do for this bill, and that he discussed with us, and we are agreeing with most of them, and you're going to see in the list of recommendations most of these that we agree with. So what you see in brackets is what was proposed before to be permitted, for example, for dwelling row house in C2, and the amendment that we are supporting is to make that use conditional by board. So to go back to the uses that are permitted, these are uses that are permitted in the non-residential districts. the categories are for residential dwelling above non-residential ground floor, dwelling for multifamily, dwelling row house, dwelling live work. For the institutional categories, the allowed uses are community center, cultural facility, places of worship. We just want to take a break on this. I'll go back to it. Oh. Yes, so the bill proposes to make conditional by board in all the non-residential district areas. Planning department believed that that would limit religious rights of citizens, and we were concerned that will also violate the Federal Religious Act, RELUPA it's called. So you're going to see later on in our recommendation that we are recommending that those uses are permitted in all those districts in C1, C2, C3, as well as in the OR1. For the open space category, the allowed uses for OR1, C1, C2, and C3 and industrial mixed use are community managed open space farm, community managed open space garden, and playground and urban agriculture.
So go back real quickly. Under community, well, nope, other way. Definitely the other way.
Okay, the smaller one at the bottom.
Yeah, it moves it back, yeah.
One more, there.
Okay.
Under community managed open space farm, it says P permitted is in parens, and then CB and P.
Yes, I talked yesterday with the councilman's office. It's a typo.
Okay.
So it means that it's conditional by board.
Okay, so the P is wrong.
The P is wrong, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. For commercial categories, the uses permitted are art gallery, art studio, industrial body art establishment, carry-out food shop, daycare center, adult or child, entertainment indoor, entertainment live, financial institution, greenhouse or nursery, healthcare clinic, health and fitness center, hotel or motel, kennel, office, outdoor dining, personal services establishment, recreation indoor, recreation outdoor, and restaurant. These are continuing commercial categories, retail goods establishment, no alcoholic beverages sales, and retail goods establishment with alcoholic beverages sales, tavern, and the following are industrial uses, alternative energy system, commercial, food processing light, industrial light, movie studio, printing establishment, creation development facility, research and development facility, and then other uses are alternative energy system, community-based, electric, excluding indoor or outdoor telecommunication facility, utilities, and wireless communication services. So these are a few examples of zoning changes in the overlay district. In some instances, the uses that are allowed in the overlay district are more permissive than what the zoning code allows, and in some instances are less permissive. So these are examples of more permissive. So dwelling above non-residential ground floor is permitted in the OR1, but in the zoning code is not permitted. Community center is permitted in OR1 and industrial mixed use, but is not permitted by zoning code. Retail goods establishment, no alcoholic beverage sales is permitted in OR1, so disregard the all. It's permitted in OR1, but it's not permitted in the zoning code in this district. Retail goods establishment with alcoholic beverages sales is permitted in C1, C2, C3, and the
IMU1, but in the zoning code makes it conditional by ordinance in these zoning districts. Restaurant is permitted in OR1 in the overlay district, but it would not be permitted under the zoning code, and the same for tavern. And these are a few examples of when the overlay district is more restrictive than the zoning code. For example, healthcare clinic are not permitted in C1, but in the zoning code, they are conditional by board. Hotel or motel is permitted in the overlay zoning, but in the zoning code is conditional by board. There are a bunch of motor vehicle uses that are categories in the zoning code that are none of them are permitted in the overlay district, but some of them are permitted in the C2, C3 zoning districts. So for the residential land uses, the bill says that the following uses that are listed in the zoning code are allowed in the overlay district, and those are the uses that are in table 8-301 in the zoning code that addresses detached and semi-detached residential district that are permitted and conditional uses. Also the uses that are on table 9-301 of the zoning code that addresses row house and multifamily residential districts, permitted and conditional uses, and of course the one that I talked earlier, dwelling multifamily, which is permitted in all residential districts. The bill also addresses the bulk and yard regulations. In general, the bulk and yard regulations for the structures in the underlying zoning apply as those that are in the zoning code. There are exceptions to that. The bill, as is written for first reader, it says that notwithstanding a property's underlying zoning district, the property may be developed as dwelling multifamily to the bulk and yard regulations or specification for either district R9, R10, and C1 for non-residential districts. But the planning department had some concerns with that part of the bill because we think that having developers or prospective developers coming in to develop, like for example, a multifamily development, they will create confusions of which bulk and yard regulations to use for their development, prospective developer. So to address that, we are recommending that the bill is amended to apply bulk and yard regulations for the R10 zoning district, which will also be able to achieve the goal of the bill to increase density, so to allow to the maximum density along, for multifamily future developments along Hartford Road or within this Hartford Road overlay district. The bill addresses other standards. The bill is repealing and reordaining with amendments section 16-601B1 of the zoning code, and that section addresses the off-street parking requirements, and this bill is exempting the off-street parking requirements in all the overlay district. But at the same time, it addresses how the design standards must be applied, and they have to follow the Baltimore City Design Manual. They are to follow the Baltimore City Landscape Manual and the sign chapter of the zoning code. You will see that cross out. The bill initially had the stipulation that new curb cuts for vehicles and driveway are prohibited, and later on, Councilman Dorsey added on Hartford Road because initially it would have made prohibited curb cuts within the entire overlay district. So we are recommending to delete this section of in the bill because we don't believe that a prospective developer would be able to obtain any kind of financial support from a financial institution to build a multifamily building without providing any kind of parking spaces for residents. Plus, it would create, we think, a burden to adjacent neighborhood that residents in this prospective multifamily building would have to use the parking spaces in the surrounding neighborhood. And that would be a burden. So that's why we are, recommending to delete that. Going forward, the equity impact, this request and subsequent approval of this bill will be an effective tool that will improve local community access to a diverse and thriving business district and housing choices along the Hartford Road corridor. We believe that it will benefit the community by increasing the opportunity for affordable housing in the area. At the same time, the business community will benefit from an increased number of residents who will patronize existing businesses as well as attract new ones. And it will contribute to improving the health, safety, and well-being of the residents by making the community more walkable and bikeable. And staff believes there will be no discernible negative impacts to the surrounding community from this proposal. I don't have a slide for that, but I just wanted to tell about the engagement process and community notification for this bill. All the communities that I listed in the beginning along Hartford Road corridor were notified about this bill together with Lauraville Business District, Hamilton, not Business District, Lauraville Business Community, Hamilton Business Community, Harbel, which is the Northeast Umbrella Organization, and the Main Street too. And Councilman Dorsey held a big meeting the beginning of July where all the community association presidents and other residents were invited so he can explain the bill and address any concerns and answer questions. It was very well attended. I personally could not attend that, but a colleague of mine did. Also, over the past couple of years, there have been a lot of discussions and meetings with the Lauraville Community Review Panel. The Community Review Panel is a body created by the Lauraville Business Urban Renewal Plan, and they are supposed to review all the permits requests within the Lauraville Business URP area and provide recommendations to the Planning Department. So Councilman Dorsey met with the urban renewal with the CRP members, explained the bill, take into consideration the uses that are prohibited in the current Lauraville Business URP, and he included those in the table that I showed you earlier. I also attend all the community review panel meetings. They meet once a month, and we discuss in numerous occasions. And the intent of this bill is actually to replace the Lauraville Business Urban Renewal Plan and possibly the Hamilton Business Urban Renewal Plan. So moving forward, this is a list of the amendment list, and there are all the changes that you saw in brackets in the table that I presented earlier, and some other ones at the end which are to the text of the bill, so I can go one by one if you'd like. Is just saying exactly what those changes were from the table. So we are recommending that dwelling, row house, to change from permitted in C2 and C3 to conditional by board and not permitted in industrial mixed use. Community center changing from.
I think it's okay. I don't think you don't need to answer
I don't have to, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So this
it was
is
pretty clear about the
continuing, and then I just want to stress the last one, because this is amendment to the text of the bill. We are recommended, what you see, the text there is the original text in the bill. We are recommending to cross or to delete the highlighted and cross out part of the bill that allows only to choose one balcony yard regulation for district residential 10. And also, we want to amend the section that addresses curb cuts. So we do not want curb cuts on Hartford Road. Not that we don't know. We want to delete this stipulation. And then just this morning, we had a meeting with the DOT, and they had some budget and traffic concerns related to this provision in the bill that is actually related to the one above that says the existing curb and cut driveways must be removed. So because this is tightly related to the one above, and we are recommending to delete the new curb cuts section. We're also recommending to delete the section about the existing curb cuts and driveway to be removed. So with this, we are recommending approve with those listed amendments.
Thank you very much, Carmen. All right. Questions for Carmen? Starting with Commissioner Jolin.
No questions currently, thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson.
Two questions, thank you. Excellent presentation. My first question was going to be about the bulk standards and clarifying that to R10, which you already addressed, instead of having multiple options. On the curb cut issue, to me, it seems like we should not want curb cuts on Hartford Road, especially if we're trying to increase pedestrian traffic on Hartford Road. So I heard the comment and the concern about multifamily buildings, which we're also trying to, clear the way for. And they may need to have garage parking incorporated, but I'm having a hard time imagining a situation where that garage entrance is going to be on Hartford Road. So I guess my question is, it looked like there was initially an amendment to add on Hartford Road to that language, and then it was all struck completely. I'm wondering how that evolved.
Yeah, so originally in the bill, it was to not allow curb cuts within the entire district. And then the amendment was just on Hartford Road. And then our recommendation, the planning department's recommendation, is to completely get rid of that because of the concerns that I just listed with, possible new developments, but also because the bill recommends to remove the existing curb cuts. There are a lot of commercial buildings, commercial activities on Hartford Road. So there is a concern about how do you pick up trash from those establishments. How do you bring in trucks for delivery, and without having curb cuts and them being able to go behind the property or things like that. So we thought that.
So real quickly, if I can, the original bill said the entire overlay district, which not only meant Hartford Road, but all of the east-west connectors. So you say, okay, great, that's a problem. So let's limit it to Hartford Road. And then you say, well, geez, if we eliminate all curb cuts on Hartford Road, and I've got a building that's mid-block, and I don't have any curb cuts, all those people are gonna have to go around, to the north and back, and then through some residential district to get there, right? Because there's no curb cut on Hartford Road. Okay, so the potential for traffic spilling into the neighborhoods, in my opinion, is much greater than, I think the goal would be to minimize curb cuts along Hartford Road. And wherever possible, share curb cuts and do a variety of other things, so. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time looking at this map and looking at, some of the larger commercial properties. I'm having a hard time seeing a situation where you wouldn't put that garage entrance on the side or in the back. And I think the idea of a mid-block apartment building that needs a garage entrance on Hartford Road I mean, maybe that's, should just be reconsidered. There's the benefit, the cost benefit of putting a curb cut in the middle of the block, I think should be considered. And to your, or to DOT's concern about the cost, I think there's also, pretty easy delineation between not allowing new curb cuts versus removing all the existing curb cuts. So maybe that's another opportunity to find some middle ground. I'd hate to see curb cuts just allowed.
I totally understand. I mean, if you want a, pedestrian-friendly environment, yeah, you would have no curb cuts in an ideal world. But this is a commercial strip, so there are commercial buildings mid-block already established that would have to have those curb cuts
So I
that they
think
use.
that maybe we should take the existing and the new differently, but that's just a suggestion. One other question, I was curious about the use restrictions, where the overlay district would be more restrictive than the underlying zoning, and you gave some examples, so thank you. One of the ones I saw in there is health clinics. And while I well understand why a community would want to limit health clinics, we also have to remember that there are only certain zones where health clinics are allowed. And when we exclude them in some areas, we concentrate them in other areas. So, citywide, our communities have issues with health clinics. We see it coming from every single, council district. I'd really like to see a more citywide approach to managing this issue, because not only does it, you exclude it in one area, it concentrates it in another area, but also now all those residents and constituents in the Harford Road area are no longer invested in the issue because it doesn't affect their community. They're safe. And then, other communities, have to fight this fight on their own. So I have concerns about that. And then just along the same lines, I saw financial institutions were also limited. I was just curious the thinking behind that.
Can you go back to that use table real quickly? Because I'm looking at your staff report on page 10 of your staff report, which is a side-by-side comparison of the overlay district uses and the existing zoning uses. So keep going back. One more, wait. Go back down. And nope, the other way.
I think this is the first one.
Yeah,
Go
so
forward.
go later, where it says healthcare clinic. One more. There you go.
Healthcare clinic is
Permitted.
permitted in OR1, not
And
permitted
C2,
in
C3.
C1, but permitted in C2, C3, and IMU.
So the healthcare clinic is permitted currently in an OR1 and will continue to be permitted as a matter of right in an OR1. It is not permitted, hold on a second. It is permitted by board approval in the C1. It was originally proposed to be permitted in the C1 as a matter of right, but that has been stricken. So I'm wondering, is it not permitted at all, or is it still permitted by board? I guess it's not permitted at all. But then it's permitted in the C2, C3, and IMU1. Eric?
So it's the change here is everywhere else it's allowed in a C1. Here, it's not going to be allowed in a C1. It'll only be allowed in a C2, 3, 4.
OR1, C2, C3, and IMU1.
Okay. So, I mean, my point stands that we're making it slightly more restrictive in this neighborhood, which
good
puts a burden on other communities. But, I mean, I understand the motivation and the reasoning. I just want to make sure that we're solving this problem for everyone, not just some corridors.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. It's permitted in the overlay district, but it's not permitted in all of the uses or all of the zones in the overlay district. And I too was wondering about the financial institutions, I guess.
So I see that financial institutions are permitted in C1, C2, C3 IMU as well in the zoning code, but the zoning code doesn't permit them
Yeah,
in
the OR1 is not permitted
OR1
right by
and
right now.
also the overlay, so they are equal.
So banks can happen in a C1, C2, or C3, or IMU one, where they can do it now, and they're going to continue to be not permitted in a OR1, which they are not permitted to go now. This is actually, this is probably in the staff report on pages 9, 10, and 11. This is a side-by-side comparison that you provided, which I thought was really helpful.
But overall, thank you. The presentation was clear. I look forward to hopefully hearing from the councilman. I think that this sort of, this is pretty visionary stuff. So cool. Thank you.
Commissioner McCoach?
Carmen, I have a question about the 500-foot dimension. I have to say, I think that the justifications for this are good and necessary and will help corridors be more vital. But if you were to put the map up, and if we start to just sort of ask ourselves, why 500 feet? I think that's worth going down that path. If there was some increment, was there an increment of development that was equal to 500 foot that would suggest that that was the right number?
No, there wasn't. The logic behind it, we looked at multiple distances from the main road. We looked at 300, 500, 1,000 feet. So we just came in the middle. Actually, Councilman Dorsey,
What I
was his
wondered
decision.
about, if you look at this corridor. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This corridor is basically, has the same geometry going all the way up with the narrow ends of blocks facing Harford Road. When we set a 500-foot limit, we're basically sort of doing an overlay district that stretches well into really solid blocks that would be disrupted by change in density. It's great to reinforce the corridor, but when you have 50-foot wide lots and you say 500 feet, you're coming into these neighborhoods 6, 8, 10 houses. And I think that that's actually disruptive to what are otherwise streets which the department itself has identified as middle neighborhoods that need reinforcement. So I'm all for improving the corridor, but there are places along here, like this block right here, which I don't know what street that is, but you've got, on the other side of a street, parallel to Harford Road, all of these residential parcels are now part of the overlay district. Why? They have nothing to do with the Harford Road corridor. And you can see that, here, all along here, actually. What I don't understand is why we wouldn't say 300 feet or the closest adjacent parallel street to Harford Road, rather than be interrupting really solid fabric with an overlay that maybe doesn't have any benefit for the people on those blocks.
I'm hoping Councilman Dorsey can speak more to it, but I think the idea was, as you said in the beginning, in order to improve Harford Road and the commercial businesses and the population who patronizes those businesses, you need to increase density not only on one block away from those businesses, but going like 500 yards. There are some big parcels there that can be developed as, multifamily that will bring more residents in to support the commercial corridor. So I think that's the idea of the bill.
Multifamily has a really great increment of size. These buildings grow in sort of 60-foot widths with courtyards and parking. And there's a logic, rather than just snatching a number out of the air. There's a real number that would accommodate and promote development. It's probably not 500 feet.
If I may,
go ahead.
I think it's a reasonable curiosity. I looked at it as opposed to being sort of a construction interval as more of a catchment interval. So, and as far as the 500 feet and if that's the right number or not, one of the things that I checked, the average distance between bus stops is 750 to 1,000 feet. So 500 feet is basically like the average distance from your house to the bus stop. So if you're catching the bus on Hartford Road, then you're within that catchment of, you know, potential customers and potential, you know, folks that this is trying to affect.
I think
Sure.
it's based also on the walkability idea. How far are people willing to walk from their house? So about 10-minute walk. Let's say most people walk, maybe they are not willing to walk 15, 20 minutes from their house to get to an establishment. But I think 500 yards is within that time or effort that people would make to walk to businesses along the Hartford Road corridor.
For the record, real
Hartford
quickly.
Road, but doesn't actually,
Yeah, it's feet.
it's not, that's great, going up and down the corridor. That distance is meaningful, because that's where the buses are. But to do land use changes into all these finger streets where there are not buses, really, I think changes, you know, there's probably 80 blocks there that we're gonna have, the first 6 houses will be within the overlay district and the rest won't. And so normal communities that have been there for, most of those have been there about 80 years, I'd guess, are gonna suddenly have development pressure that will literally cut those blocks in half because we have an imaginary 500-foot distance that feels good. But what we really ought to be doing is thinking about how can we define this so that we can focus the benefits where they're needed and not harm others? My opinion.
Can I, well, friendly question related to that, is there a definition of like planning walkshed or what the best practice is for what people consider is a 15-minute walk, but is there a distance associated with that?
I mean, my experience is it's all over the board. I mean, you got, you know, some people will say 15-minute walk, some people will say 10-minute walk, some people will say a quarter mile, some people will say, you know, a tenth of a mile. I think there's no exact measurement in my experience. I get where Eric was coming, is the 500 feet is people, that's an acceptable level for people to walk from that 500 feet to Hartford Road to potentially catch a bus, not up and down Hartford Road.
I was curious if we as a city have a standard. I don't know if we do or not.
I mean, I think to step, going a little bit different direction from where you're going, I think the likelihood of anybody coming in and gobbling up those 5 or 10 homes deep to develop something larger is pretty unlikely. However, I think the reality is that if it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carmen, the fact that all of those homes can now start adding in additional units as a matter of right into their existing home, well, then that does, you know, that also changes fabric, right? So.
I do want to add, I mean, the 60-foot thing is real, like that's how builders build multifamily buildings on 60-foot increments, so tailoring it to that dimension makes some sense.
Yeah, but you got to remember, okay, so we can play around with that number all we want. I got 60, and then I got a courtyard, then I got another 60.
Absolutely.
So
And
that
it has to be
and
large
then I got
enough.
another courtyard, and then I got another. I mean, I can go as deep as I want.
Yeah, I understand.
It has to be large enough to attract development. It has to be meaningful. But honestly, I mean, I lived 10 years on these streets, and I can tell you that they're healthy and good, and this will really change. Oops. Thanks.
So your thoughts, Doug, are to say 300 feet or the nearest adjacent parallel street to Hartford Road.
Like, I guess this is a good block to consider right here. Here we have a block that is, you know, 2 parcels deep, and then we have a street, and then the whole other side. This microphone, I need a clip.
No.
You know, the whole other side of this street is now a part of this this overlay district, and I have to say that the folks that live over here, oh, man, it just seems as though it's burdensome on
Okay,
them.
so that's fine. I think you've posed a legitimate alternative for the councilman who's here to understand and say, okay, I'm getting where you're going from. Actually, it's interesting, in this particular instance, if I look at that parcel.
Your
right
microphone
there,
too.
That's
Damn
already under development.
Is it?
Yeah. That's
Oh, is it?
And that's a giant parcel, so it's perfect for there.
Yeah, but where are they accessing? They're accessing off Hartford Road. Right, so, because otherwise they would have to come around and either go down an alley and come in the back, or come down this street and come in, so. I mean, that's where the issue of the curb cuts along Hartford plays a role in my mind, but. All right, so you pose a legitimate, hey, you're saying, change the 500 feet to 300 feet or the next adjacent parallel.
Yes, that would be an amendment.
Okay. All right, good.
Two more questions?
Yes.
So, yeah, I
Deputy
mean, I guess well, my question stands. I guess I don't know, maybe the answer is no. We don't have an official city standard for what we consider to be a walk shed. That's where I would be interested in thinking of conceptualizing the distance, which has to be inherently arbitrary, but and I recognize even here, they extended on some of the side streets to go more than 500 feet. My question, I think I know the answer. The Soha Union development, that's a mid-block curb cut. Do you know if that's
Southern Avenue.
Yeah, so that's an example of a mid-block curb cut. Do you know if that's existing? I don't remember the condition before it was built.
What the condition was, it was just a vacant lot.
Yeah, so I mean, that's where I'd be interested, or maybe being more flexible. Maybe have it something, we just favor curb cuts, but if there's some standard met to allow it, maybe it should be allowed. The other question was the amendments you showed for the use tables. Did I hear you correctly? You said those are from the councilman himself, or is that from community input to you?
Those amendments to the table after the introduction of the bill were made by Councilman Dorsey, and we agreed with most of them, with the exception of the places of worship.
Okay, so everything on that table is from him. Okay.
To answer your question, we typically use a quarter mile for TOD, and the state uses half a mile, so that's a range.
I think that was it for the uses, and then I wrote down the walk shed. And then, so the child care one, but that was, I'm trying to find the staff report. Daycare child, so existing, it wasn't allowed by right, existing, so took that out. Okay. Yeah, nothing further.
Commissioner Collins.
Not being originally from Baltimore, I start out by saying that, is I always personally looked at Hartford Road and Bel Air Road as very similar types of routes. But when you look at Hartford Road, just on the map that we're looking at now, the density of the lots to either side of Hartford Road are much greater than you get on much of Bel Air Road. In other words, you have a lot of row houses, you have a lot of smaller lots that are branching off, which brings me to your concern, Commissioner, about why are we going so far into the communities at certain locations. And I just wanted to get some clarity for myself. My understanding in reading the report, and I don't want to mischaracterize. So the sense I got was that, and I know the councilman is very interested in density and how that works in an urban fabric. But the sense that I got was one of the things that we were doing here with this overlay district is providing the opportunity for multifamily housing, and I'm assuming that's still the case. Which is why when you get into these side streets, I realize, developers are going to buy and get what they want, but that's pulling into very small lot communities, potentially a much different appearance. And I am concerned about the depth in these side streets. And that's it for me right now.
Okay, great. Commissioner Warren?
Just really fast. There was a letter from the Laurelville Urban Renewal Plan Community Review Panel, and they had some recommended changes, two in particular. And I was just wondering if those changes or the recommendations from community were taken into account in terms of your amendments.
I don't have the letter in front of me, so I don't recall exactly what the recommendations were.
I guess evidently there were some uses and design signs negotiated with the councilman and just didn't know.
So the history behind that is that the Laurelville Community Review Panel worked for several years to amend the existing urban renewal plan to align it with the current zoning code, because the maps that are showing in the Laurelville URP are the old maps that have the old zoning. So when they did that, they also looked at the urban renewal plan. Firstly, it provides standards for design guidelines and for land uses. So design guidelines, they do address signage along Harford Road, and sometimes they can be more restrictive than what the zoning code allows. So I believe the community review panel wanted Councilman Dorsey to introduce design elements in terms of signage that are more restricted than what the zoning code allows. And this bill currently only says that the design standards that are in the signage title of the zoning code are applied for the entire area.
If I could add a couple things. I mean, in general, across the board, you know that most of the urban renewal ordinances are old, but predate Transform. So Transform changed the zoning code and added design standards. So most of what's in an urban renewal plan today is irrelevant because of Transform. So that's why, in general, we were trying to address it on a citywide basis rather than a neighborhood
And
basis.
can be redundant, because.
But the big difference here, to me, was, and I'm trying to understand, are you talking about the Laurelville Business Association letter or the Laurelville Urban Renewal
I
Plan?
believe he was Commissioner was talking.
Community Review Panel? Okay,
Community
so
Review Panel.
the specifics of that is, there's a existing community review panel. When something happens within their geography, they get the application, they have an opportunity to go to the applicant and make suggestions and review it for compliance and this, that, and the other thing, which I think, according to this, they do, and then they provide comments to someone, I would imagine, to planning or to whomever, and they want to keep that.
But let me just interject. So, I mean, we've gotten very clear direction from the law department that we cannot delegate our authority to a community organization. So we resolve this by voluntarily Carmen sends things to community associations all over the district.
But this one is created by the Urban Renewal Plan. I mean, that's it. I think the big difference is the other ones, which is great. I mean, if you want to send them stuff, if they want to review it in common and get back to you. But this one is created by the Urban Renewal Plan, and they want to keep it, right? I mean, that's what I got is out of reading their letter is basically, hey, listen, we were a little bit concerned about the density, this and everything. But whatever you do, our strongest recommended changes to this proposed overlay district are that at a minimum, include the uses and design side negotiated with the councilman and recognize the existence of the Laurelville CRP and preserve the CRP permit review process.
Yeah, I think that will get a note from the law department when it goes to city council.
Okay.
I think it will.
Is that everything?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allen?
Sorry to belabor, on the URP issue, I guess, do we look at to confirm, I guess, harmonize, do we need to do more harmonization of the other URPs?
They're gonna withdraw the URP, right?
Both of them?
Yeah, the URP, this is designed to succeed the URP. The URP dies next month or this fall.
Both of them?
In October.
No.
No,
Both of them, saying, so
the
both,
one
saying
of
for both
them.
of them. So I guess do we check at some level to review?
Yes,
They are
Lorville.
different, though. The
Yeah.
processes that we were
Yeah.
just talking about
Yeah.
is different between
So I
the
guess,
two.
well, that'd be my request then, I guess, to make sure, to harmonize at some point sooner than later, because if it's conflicting, it's frustrating for the public and zoning lawyers.
So real quickly, I just have a couple of questions. Talk to me about the community outreach process, because in reviewing the comment letters that I was able to see, it was a little confusing as to how much community engagement there was in the creation and whatnot of this. I mean, in one instance, there was somebody who said there was a community meeting on July 2nd. That's the only one that they heard. I am sure that there was more than that, but help me fill in the blanks as to, and if you don't know the answer and you want to defer to the councilman, I'm going to ask him to come up next. But I just want to get a better feel as to how engaged was the discussion with the community group.
Okay, so to answer that, I have to give you a little bit of history of this bill, how it started actually. The Laurelville Business Urban Renewal Plan was set to expire last year in October, and if you recall, about a year ago, I came before you and Councilman Dorsey introduced a bill to extend the urban renewal plan, the Laurelville Urban Renewal Plan, for another year to explore other opportunities. So those opportunities, though, that exploration that took place gave birth to this zoning overlay. So there were numerous discussions and meetings. I participated to some were only between Councilman Dorsey and members of the community review panel. And we discussed it, over a period of 2 years with them. Then Councilman Dorsey held a big meeting in July 2nd. He also stated that during his campaign this spring, where he knocked door to door, he talked to everybody about his idea of the zoning overlay of the district. He talked to the business community, the Hamilton business community, and I sent notifications to all the communities several times, and that's the engagement process that we followed.
That's helpful. So it was a robust engagement, in your opinion?
I believe so.
Okay, good. That's all. Any other questions for Carmen? Thank you very, very much, Carmen. Councilman Dorsey? Oh, sure, absolutely. Kim, Ms. Lane, would you like to come up? I know you were trying to get out of here at 4, if I remember correctly.
Oh, all right.
And that's long
I don't
gone.
think I'm the only one for public testimony, though, so.
No.
My name's Kim Lane. I'm a Baltimore City resident first, 3rd District second. I say that for a reason. I'm also, full transparency, Chris Ryer's better half. And anybody who knows me knows that has no consequence on what I do or say or think. So, just a little bit of my background. 24 years ago, I started the first Main Street District in Baltimore in Pigtown. Went back 6 years ago to revive that. And I say that because commercial corridors need new ideas, right? They need innovation, they need new tools. And I've also been a coordinator of all of our Main Street districts. I just kind of took that role on. And one of the things that the Harford Road, first of all, I want to say this is a Main Street district, right? So as an economic community development specialist, I've always argued against having a CRP. When the Main Street organization, which is made up of volunteers who represent neighborhood and businesses, is not the CRP. When you have a Main Street district, we need to kind of get out of our, for lack of a better term, outdated development strategy where we're looking at commercial corridors separate from housing. We need to look at it comprehensively, right? Because commercial corridors are your welcome mat, and then that feeds into the neighborhood. So when Councilman Dorsey, I mean, I've seen him present at different meetings with different different folks about this overlay district. I was very excited about it. Until the developer came into the Soha district, there had not been any new development in this corridor since I bought my house in 1998. And I know you have lots of letters of opposition. I'm going to tell you, I know a lot of those folks, they also opposed the 450 apartments, a lot to do with because Morgan was leasing it. There's generational issues in this area. And as far as kind of going back on those streets, to your thoughts, I mean, I see the fear of that, but part of a housing stability, right, plan is that you keep your housing density going, right? So these big old houses in Northeast Baltimore are not meeting the new generation of folks who are not having 3 or 4 kids, right? We know the new demographic is 1 to 2 children, 2 children at the most. So we know we're going to have at some point a crisis with these big old Victorians that have 5 and 6 bedrooms adjacent to our commercial corridor. I don't think there's a fear of somebody coming in and buying 6 lots and doing a huge mixed-use development. I do think there's a fear of having illegal rentals, right, in those mixed use, which we see happen all over Baltimore. And so I feel this overlay district has a couple of really important protections in it, of which many people in the neighborhood are afraid of, right? So if you regulate multifamily, you're much more able to really watch it, to look over it. And in addition to that, the bottom line is every neighborhood I've worked in Baltimore City, everybody wants small business. They want retail they can walk to, but they don't want it to interrupt their parking. They don't want it to interrupt their neighborhood. But the minute they don't have a coffee shop or a bookstore, oh my God, the neighborhood's going downhill. So you got to compromise. And you got to look at it from this comprehensive view. And I think this accomplishes 2 things. Once it would finally establish this corridor as a Main Street corridor. That Main Street organization needs some real bones and real tools to work in this commercial corridor in a way that you can put in the Main Street model. The second thing is, we've got to look at who are we retaining and attracting as far as living in Baltimore City, right? Folks do want smaller housing. They do want more options they can walk to. Even way up in Northeast Baltimore, more and more folks are going without cars. So I just see this as a great model. I think, I also look at it when Councilman Dorsey when we first talked about it, when I first saw him present it, I just really immediately also thought of Wilkins, thought of Frederick, thought of Bel Air Road, thought of Route 40. I mean, this could be a model where you can fine tune it, so many feet off that commercial corridor for many areas in the city. So I would just really hope that you approve it, that you take that into consideration. I know, the naysayers are really good at sounding really, really loud, but being a minority. I will tell you that at the community meeting and people I've talked to, and I'm very active in our neighborhood, I'm very active with the businesses, are supportive of it. Maybe the 500 feet they wanted to see some, but the only thing I really heard was about the curb cuts, which now we see has been eliminated. That was the only real concern that I saw because, the parking word. So anyway, I hope you approve it. I think it's a great model for the city and it's innovative and nothing else has really worked on Hartford Road. I mean, there's that.
I think there's, share some of Commissioner McCoach's concerns regarding an arbitrary 500 feet. To me, the real issue is I mean, it's really got to be on a case-by-case basis and how lots are aligning and roads and this, that, and the other thing to make sure that if there is going to be clearly a retention of existing housing stock as it is today, that there's an appropriate screenings and buffers and relationships and so on and so forth. And that I would rely on the planning department when an application comes in to be able to say, okay, within this corridor, yeah, you're in the 500 feet, but you're not putting that parking garage right up against that property line.
There's other rules in
when there's a
place.
home right next to you.
Right.
You're gonna have
There's
to
other
set it
rules.
back, you're gonna have to screen it, you're gonna have to do this, that, and the other thing. It's gonna require a lot more finesse and detail on the design side review from the planning department to really soften those edges. I appreciate where you were going on the amendment in terms of, okay, 500 feet, you've proposed 300 feet or parallel, great. I'm proposing, regardless of whether it's 300 feet in parallel or 500 feet, whatever the hell you decide, is that special attention needs to be made on an application by application basis. And I defer that to the planning department to have some teeth to be able to say, and I know that the landscape manual's, included in this and so on and so forth, but it's gonna be a little bit tough.
Well, there's also, I mean, I know in Southwest, our community planner and my experience in other areas of the city is there's such a strong relationship between the Main Street organization and the planning department. That's where that ground truthing comes in, right? From the Main Street organization to really, and Hartford Road is really the only Main Street organization that I would say that does not have control of that district. And much of it is due to CRPs and other things, but this would help create that.
Good.
But
Are there any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, Kim. And thank you for putting up with Director Ryer. No, I'm just kidding.
It's her job, somebody's gonna do it.
Anyone else here would like to speak on this application? Yes, come on up.
Thank you.
And thank you for your patience, it being 5:20.
Well, we did get here for the final drill.
Oh, good.
And I think actually, I'm Susan Kessel, and I'm actually part of the CRP, and I guess for Miss Lane, or Kim as I know her, I'm one of the generational people, since I'm on the older side.
Well, I used to be on the CRP years ago.
But you have expressed some of our concerns. I'm not going to go over the letter because that we've written. I know that you've seen it. I know you've seen the one from the business district who really oppose it, and I don't think that's been brought up, that the Laurelville Business Association is really and strongly in opposition to this. I just would like to add that we have been in discussion since 2022 with Councilman Dorsey. We finalized with legal and with planning, with Carmen's help, we finalized our revision, but it hasn't really gone anywhere, and we have kept up with Councilman Dorsey about this. I actually let him know we were going to mention this today because we really feel like he has assured us that many of the more restrictive provisions, and not just sign and design, but we've had use, et cetera, we worked very hard on it, would be in this overlay district that's been proposed. We don't find them in there. Now, we haven't really had a chance to go over it thoroughly with him, or at all, really. He came to our July meeting, and unfortunately, because there was a budget hearing and he had another meeting, we only had a very brief time. So we haven't had the opportunity to continue a discussion with him about this, but so far we don't find anything in our CRP, in our URP, in our update. We are not interested in keeping the old one. We have tried to update it to meet with Transform. So that, I just, I'm sorry to go on about it, but I feel like that's really important to us. I would also like to say that we work very much in tandem with HLMS. We are a Main Street, we're part of the Main Street. He is one of the people that attends all of our meetings. That's in the URP. that he does. So we are actually really well connected with Hamilton, Laurelville, Main Streets, which ends at just, I think, at Evergreen, am I right? White Avenue. So it doesn't go for the whole district. And the district, that entire district is really, really, really different. Beyond us, there's only very small areas that aren't completely oriented towards a car. And we feel really strongly that our business community feels that to keep our neighborhood business corridor intact, we need to be what we are as one unit. It's a wonderful idea to combine everything, and I look at Bel Air Road and think, I'm glad we're not on Bel Air Road, frankly, but because we do have at least pockets that aren't car-oriented. And so does Bel Air Edison. I really respect their Main Street. They've done a great job on integrating, a neighborhood, which was a little, difficult to do, and they've worked really hard. That's what we're trying to do. That's really all I can say, other than we don't really feel like there has been robust, and I'm sorry, I'm not really good at speaking to people.
You're doing great.
But thank you. I personally do not feel like there's been a lot of robust engagement within all the communities about this. Most of us don't even know about this hearing, other than Carmen. We know through our CRP secretary who got the notification from Carmen. We have a slight issue, and I'm also a Walterson resident, I apologize. I checked with my president, I don't know that she's gotten one, but nevertheless, we haven't had a larger community engagement that I'm aware of with this, which I think is really important if we're talking about something this size. So I think I really think it's an aspirational goal, and I really feel a lot of this is something that I personally want and I could envision for the future, but it's really a long way down the road when you consider the entire corridor, and there seems to be an enormous amount of opposition to going into established neighborhoods. We have, one thing that I think I may be muddled up about is a lot of our corridor, from what I see on City View and Code Map, is actually office residential. So by right, that can all be developed. And there really hasn't been a lot of developing in the corridors. So I also question if this is a time to expand that much more. I personally feel, and again, this is completely personal, that our concentration really needs to be on Hartford Road itself. Going in a certain amount, I think is realistic. I just feel there needs to be, that's been addressed here, there needs to be a real structure for that I'm not finding. So I think I've probably said enough, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Chairman, Eric, just noticing, was this properly posted, as we do not have a link to that in the Wix?
I don't know whether or not it can be. Are you visioning this as like the comp plan or something where you don't really post it, you're just...
Right.
It was posted, if I might answer that, on a lot at the intersection. I don't know when, because I only saw it very recently, on an intersection at Cold Spring and Hartford.
Wonderful.
That's the only place when I drove the corridor. And I'm wondering if anybody has actually driven or looked at the corridor itself.
Oh, yes.
Okay, just curious. I was only curious because I looked at it with I actually walk up to Parkville on occasion, and it's the kind of thing where you don't really think about it until you're like, oh, okay. And I drove it the other day and looked at it, and I did not honestly realize how many automobile-oriented businesses there were. So.
Yep.
And we
Other questions, or are there any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Yes, come on up.
I just want to respond to what something that Kim said. I'm sorry, I'm really upset right now. I'm Mary Budell from Beverly Hills.
I'm sorry.
Mary Budell. And I'm sorry for getting upset. But the first thing this lady said was that There are issues because the new apartment building is going to be housed by Morgan students. I'm the president of the Beverly Hills Improvement Association. We have good rapport with these people, and I haven't heard any negative comments from any of my neighbors or anyone about who will be housed in this building. I'm sorry. This woman is putting a negative outlook on her neighborhood, and it's just not true.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, there's, unfortunately,
we look
ladies become
forward.
very emotional.
We're working with Remy and Amy at the Bramble offices, and we've had issues about shrubs and parking. But we will address all these issues as we move forward, and we have a good rapport with them. And I just want you guys to.
Nope. I thank you very much for standing up. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this? Okay, Councilman Dorsey.
All right. Well, what's coming up, I guess, there's a mailing requirement, but I think that's only for the committee hearing for comprehensive rezoning. I'm looking at the zoning code. I guess we should confirm.
So Carmen went through her notification process. Who did you notify?
All the communities.
Well, I guess, do we know, I found it for the committee hearing that there's a mailing requirement to every property owner. I don't think there's one for planning commission hearing, so that's something to confirm.
Okay. We'll get back on that.
I think there is for zoning change, there's a mailing requirement.
No, this is an overlay district.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have urban renewal plans. Right.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm jet lagged. Thank you for asking. I know that you have the utmost respect for Councilman Conway's attire, but I think that I am the best dressed councilman.
No, I'm not even going there, man.
That's right, linen. I'm wearing it. First time for everything. And I just got back from California yesterday, so I'm kind of weird jet lag. So I have here the presentation that I gave to the community in the beginning of July. And I don't want to, the last time I was here, I think I went on for 40 minutes in the presentation of the Abundant Housing Act. I don't want to do that. I do want to kind of address some broad brush strokes here, as well as some of what I've heard so far. So
Please.
Thank you. I'm Ryan Dorsey. I created this monster. First, I want you to look again at this image that you've had up on the screen for the last 45 minutes or so, and just really take into account actually how little is being proposed to be changeable relative to the whole, right? You look at this corridor here, and the corridor is at least a half a mile off of Hartford Road to the west, northwest, and the corridor really extends another half a mile or mile over to the east toward Walther and toward Bel Air Road, and it all feels like a big cohesive community. And what's being proposed is to actually allow change in an incredibly, incredibly small portion of that, such that the whole can thrive by removing restrictions that were put in place a very, very long time ago, which this planning department's own report characterizes as perhaps having been a mistake. You've heard reference to the 2008 corridor study. I'll make some references to that in this slide presentation here, but I think it's really important to understand the scale of dysfunction along Hartford Road as a commercial corridor, and that it has not improved over time, despite all of the hopes and wishes, and despite, I would say, the quality of the community along the corridor. And what we're dealing with is not a problem of quality, it's a problem of quantity that cannot be changed other than except to allow for more possible change to improve that quantity. And that there's no corridor or commercial district that I know that can succeed anywhere with the low level of density that we have along Harford Road. It's just not possible. It's not realistic in any way. I just spent the last 10 days in the San Francisco, Oakland Bay area, and everywhere I ran, everywhere I walked, everywhere I biked, everywhere I took driverless cars and cable cars, everywhere I looked, you see significantly higher density up close to their commercial corridors. And then roughly 500 feet away from that commercial corridor, you start to see lower density. One of the neighborhoods that I've often referred to that I've spent some time in, but that I think is a really good example. And actually, when BMZA was cleaning out their offices, I found a bunch of documents from collected by former planning department staff that again and again were looking at what other cities were looking at as good examples of land use and policy. And again, I found documents that reference the Flatbush neighborhood in New York City. If you go to Flatbush, Cortelyou is their main corridor road, and it's got everything that you could want in a Main Street community. And if you look into those neighborhood side streets off of Cortelyou, what you find is the first block, which is almost 500 feet to a T. The first block is very, very high density housing in big apartment buildings. And beyond that 500 feet, you see houses that look like they belong in Roland Park, or Howard Park, or Forest Park, or Hamilton, or Lauraville, or Waltherson. It is the having of the high density in that first block off of the main corridor that you are allowed a corridor that thrives enough to create value for those people in the second block in their detached single-family homes. And that's what's being proposed here, is that we allow that first block off of Harford Road to create the functional level of density that is absolutely necessary in order for this corridor that has been in decay for decades to have what everybody wants along it. This 500 feet is by no means arbitrary. It's a typical length of a neighborhood block off of Harford Road. It's also the case that, like Bel Air Road, Harford Road has these parallel streets that exist for like one block here, and then you might go 7 blocks up the street, and then it exists for 1 block or 2 blocks. Along Harford Road, that's streets like Hampnet on one side or Richard Avenue on the other side. Just like along Bel Air Road, it's Kavon Avenue. If you go up and down the Bel Air Road corridor, Kavon exists for a block here, 2 blocks there, all the way up that corridor. But 500 feet is generally that distance off of Harford Road to the first side street. That MCB real estate project is 500 feet deep. And so it provides us a good example of the depth of what we're talking about. If it's okay there, why wouldn't it be acceptable everywhere else? Why wouldn't it be acceptable in the next 50 feet over from it on the neighborhood side street, Grindon? And so I just really want to stress that this isn't just some number I'm pulling out of nowhere. Not only is it a typical neighborhood block, but that correlates to a general 1 to 2 minute walk zone. And that's really, really what we need to focus on if we're going to get more people living in that space that is most vital to bolstering the commercial corridor, that 1 to 2 minute walk zone, that short distance that's just such a throwaway little distance for people to be sure, I'm going to walk out my front door to the bus that's right there on a high-frequency bus route like the 54 and the 54 Express. Sure, I'm going to walk that throwaway distance to the cafe that can exist down the street if we have enough people living near it, but that won't exist if there aren't enough people living near it. So it really is anything but arbitrary. It's such common sense that this is the kind of distance that makes sense to bolster that corridor. I want to talk a little bit about the amendments that I suggested and how we got to all the changes for the table. We had kind of a communication snafu when I was asking the Department of Legislative Reference to draft the bill, and they crafted some language that had the exact opposite effect of what I was trying to convey. And in a kind of a final review in the days before this bill needed to be introduced. First of all, again, you've heard about the timeline of the expiration of the Lauraville Urban Renewal Plan. So I really wanted to get this bill in at a certain time and have it heard by the commission and have it heard in committee soon enough that we could have this bill and its important impacts in place before the urban renewal plan expires in Lauraville. And so in order to get that in, I couldn't wait for another cycle of council meetings for introduction for the bill. So I had to get the Department of Legislative Reference to craft some changes at the very last minute. And one of the things—
Comfortable with the changes that Carmen had presented?
Yeah.
Okay. There was something that you had mentioned about one of the uses.
Yeah, with respect to the table changes, it's all good. I know there was the thing about the place of worship. I understand that. I fully accept that. There was a thing about the healthcare clinics. Healthcare clinics are most of what. So here's the point: is that at the very last minute, I just said you need to throw a table in this bill, and just anything that would be permitted in any way after you factor in the underlying zoning code and take away all the things that the Lauraville Urban Renewal Plan prohibits, just put in a table that allows all those things. And then they created this very simple table that was just like one category for everything. And then I said, actually, we got to parse this thing out. And they just made everything P across the board in all different zoning districts. If it was allowed anywhere, make it allowed everywhere. And then what I did after the fact was go back and say, what does the actual underlying zoning code allow in C1, C2, C3, OR1, and IMU? And I made those all match up. And those were those things that I sent over to planning and said, this is actually how this table should look. With respect to healthcare clinics, I think there was actually an error in the planning department's report. It is, in fact, conditional by board in C1 citywide. The citywide table for C1 says that healthcare clinics are conditional by board.
Does this change that within the?
No, that's exactly the point, is that it keeps that standard for the overlay district. But the things that the urban renewal plan prohibited and proposes to continue to prohibit are prohibited by this. So this, which I think is the most critical element of what should stay from the URP, is these controls on uses. And as you've heard, many of the other things that the URP does has been made obsolete by the zoning code changes from Transform. There are also other accompanying or ancillary documents that the planning department controls, like I don't even know what they're called exactly, the design guidelines. And there's also new laws like the Complete Streets Ordinance that affect that nexus of land use in the transportation environment that create a modal hierarchy. These things didn't exist when the URP was created. And all these things, including the sign section of Transform, make obsolete and I would say overreaching some of the things that are in the URP, and that I think that it would be a lot better off if we just relied on these same standards that already exist across the city. With respect to the CRP, the one big thing is this, that was discussed, the CRP gets these advance notices or these notices of permits that have been applied for but not yet granted. And they're the only ones. This select group of people are the only ones in the whole city that get notice of these permits outside of these permit applications outside of city staff, and are given this privilege to comment on them or to even know that they are being asked for, which I think is a little untoward, right? I don't think that this is something that we should be giving as a special privilege to a select group of people. Instead, we will have a new permitting system in this city by the end of this year that will have a whole host of features that the existing permitting system does not have. One of which is that whereas today you can go onto Code Map and you can see a permit that has been granted or a permit that has been applied for that has to come before Planning Commission or the Zoning Board or something, you will also be able to see permits that have been applied for but not yet granted. And anybody will be able to see that.
I don't think that was the issue. I think the issue was an opportunity to input on the actual proposal,
Yeah.
right? And I don't know whether or not, personally, I think that sometimes there's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Well, and that will still exist, but now everybody will have availability of that information.
Yeah, and having the information is one thing, but if I don't have any input on the actual design of it, what do I care, right? Okay, yeah, I know a building's going up, but I can't say anything about what that building looks like or anything like that. I'm not advocating that happen. I mean, I think we have plenty of design review mechanisms in the city through the Department of Planning, through CHAP, through UDAP, through the community meetings that we have to have, through all that stuff. There's plenty of design input, but I think that's what the issue is to me, or what I was at least gaining, was the CRP currently has the opportunity to engage in the discussion regarding these applications.
Yeah.
And is going to be taken away.
Yeah. And so let's go through my slides here.
That's fine. Personally, I got a bolt in like 5 minutes. But
All right. Well, let me just give you a couple numbers here. This corridor is about 2.9 miles long. I think that it's important, again, to understand the scale of dysfunction and the way it's expressed is that you've got 502 properties on Harford Road with almost 10% vacancy among them. But among the 16,500 houses in the neighborhoods around them, there's almost no vacancy. There's no way that you have that level of disparity in vacancy levels between the two, and that's not related in some way. There's all of this housing that's in very high demand, and all of that demand and all of that love of that housing still doesn't bring enough to make this corridor functional enough to not have almost 10% vacancy. And these really we have really strong economic indicators around here. So it really is, above average household income, above average, way below average violent crime rates, above average rates of home ownership, education level, and all these other strong indicators that should say this is a thriving community here, except we can't support a commercial corridor. It's not a matter of quality of people along the corridor. It's a matter of quantity of people along the corridor that keeps it dysfunctional. Let's go to the next slide. This is the 2008 approach and what it got us. The 2008 Harford Road Corridor Study said, look, maybe Harford Road is too much of a bear. We should focus on little nodes. And these nodes in the 2008 corridor study, which is 100+ pages long, said, let's focus on this area in Lauraville, Hamilton, and North Hartford. But I think that these are grossly misleading in what they're actually representing. Because if you look at that lower slide, you see these little tiny circles that actually show any semblance of commercial connectivity, cohesion anywhere at all along this corridor. And things have not gotten better in the almost 20 years since this study was published. Any change that has happened on the corridor has come not as a result of things getting so good in these tiny little areas that it really needed to spread out. It came from absolutely independent interest in areas that were completely fallow. I mean, it took decades for MCB to be able to, for anybody to be able to acquire that lot where MCB is developing. It took a decade of a parking lot sitting completely unused, or more than a decade before Soha Union came in there. And there was much more just absolutely fallow blight along this corridor. Let's go to the next slide. There's stuff in that study that specifically addresses not only the dysfunction of the connection of the housing, that we need higher density housing in order to support a thriving commercial corridor, but that it needs to correct through demolition and selective infill to change this as a way of correcting mistakes of the past. And it directly acknowledges that, like, 20 years ago, it was well known that like people who live in the surrounding communities are gonna, balk at the idea of any change in density. That's a reality that we all know before we step into this room, right? But it's also a reality that things need to change or else nothing can change. My staff and I did an extensive survey of the commercial corridor. We can go to the next slide. We looked at, so on the top one here, you see the corridor as a whole and all of its kind of various land uses. And the highest desires, as stated by people in that 2008 study, are things like restaurants, cafes, coffee shops, and food stores and things like this. But then what you see on the corridor as the highest uses are residential, 15%, auto-related uses, 10%, churches, another 10%. Almost half of the corridor is dominated. 2.9 miles of corridor is dominated by 3 land uses, none of which contribute, positively to the commercial corridor's growth. There are 4 different segments, right? There's like the Laurelville area, there's the Hamilton area, there's the area from like Glenmore Avenue up to Northern Parkway, and there's from Northern Parkway up to the county. And we have a similar level of dysfunction among all 4 of them, and that's what these other 4 pie charts show. What's on the next slide? You already know the main points of what this is about, so I've kind of covered, I think, let's see. Curb cuts. I want to talk about curb cuts a little bit more. I think that Vice Chair Stevenson makes a good point that there aren't that many lots on Harford Road that are like gonna experience like huge developments that are gonna need new parking lots coming to them. You're not gonna see a bunch of mid-block, multi-story things. You're going to mostly see end of block kind of things where there could be a side street or rear entrance, because there are also a lot of alleys and rear streets behind these. You're not going to see many of them. And to the other point about eliminating existing curb cuts, it only allows us to eliminate ones that are already in disuse or are in excess of what the city already says is the limit on them. You have these gas stations that have 4 curb cuts, 2 on the front street, 2 on the side street. It only says that if you have more than what the city would allow today, we can get rid of them, or if they're in total disuse. And we have a bunch of those along the corridor, but the biggest properties where you would want a front access driveway for a parking garage on a property, they're few and far between that are big enough that you would have a development that's substantial enough that it would need an off-street parking garage like that. They already have these curb cuts, and they can stay there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be like, you're going to get a lot of comments, if not litigation, from comments on these curb cuts.
Yeah, so we actually just closed 2 curb cuts. We've actually closed 4 curb cuts that are in, 5 curb cuts that are in disuse at different properties along the corridor over the last 4 years. 3 at 1 vacant property, a corner Family Dollar lot that had 3 disused curb cuts. 1 at a mixed-use kind of commercial and residential property that didn't actually have a driveway. We're talking about a curb cut that's like what do you call it? The access across the sidewalk to a driveway that doesn't actually exist. So it's a disused curb cut. It's a curb cut to nowhere. That's what we're talking about, is eliminating curb cuts to nowhere. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think that you've heard, I think that Carmen did a great job. I think that Kim gave a really good argument for how this is necessary for Main Streets to thrive. That's okay. I don't know how many, I want to make sure that you received all the letters of support. You should have 10 letters of support, 8 from individuals, 1 from a business, Silver Queen Cafe. You should also have a letter of support from the Maryland Building Industry Association. I think that these folks are like right on in the support that they wrote, and I didn't give any of them like draft text. They all drafted this stuff and sent it in of their own accord because they get it. Like they want to live in a neighborhood that can support things. I think that if there's one last point that I can drive here, it's that we are totally failing to meet the housing needs of this city and this corridor when left to the housing stock as it exists today. We have seniors who can't downsize but want to stay in this neighborhood. We have people who can't move to this neighborhood because they don't have or need of or can't afford a whole single-family detached home. Creating housing diversity opportunities for those people is critical to the corridor and to meeting the city's needs. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilman Dorsey. Do we have any questions from the commission?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll talk about this question of 500 feet. So let me just say, you're not going to find anybody who's a bigger believer in density as a transformative element. And I've spent most of my career trying to help people understand the opportunities that presented with density. So there's no argument about that. And there's no argument about the limited number of tools the city has to actually make change. And the biggest one is dialing that density up or down. So right on track. But Eric, would you do me a favor? Could you put the map up again? And I was wondering if you could zoom in on some areas.
Well,
From the report.
the best I can do is go back to the original one. I'm not sure if I can zoom in on it, but.
So I will say, while Eric's doing that, I appreciate the broader perspective. It's important. I work on the York Road corridor all the time, and the same issues that you're identifying on Hartford Road, I see with our York Road initiatives. Yeah. We have these disconnected initiatives that really would benefit from a more coordinated approach, let alone finding ways to make our zoning code more accommodating of change. So all good. When I look at this map, though, to my point about arbitrariness, I look up, like we all know, North and Northern Parkway, we're talking about bungalow communities, not Roland Park mansions. These are basically conventional, what was the middle-class home of the 1950s. It's got a porch, it's got a driveway, it's got 3 bedrooms. Okay. So they're not huge. It's not like it's a giant land resource, and they're actually small size. But I found myself, I'm going to grab this. I'm learning. I'm going to jump up to this line right here, which is, that I clearly think somebody said, the planning department, the councilman said 500 foot, let's put a line here. But what you see is this like sawtooth affair. So what do you say to the gal, the owner, that owns a house here that happens to be in the overlay district for all these great reasons, but the person across the street in the same exact house that isn't? I mean, to me, that's the definition of arbitrary. Somebody just wrote a line on the map. And then I go, in New York and San Francisco, where there's a logical block boundary, I'm on board. Let's make a block that's off of the main corridor, a significant sort of mixed-use, attractive place to be. But these blocks up here aren't like that. They're not at all like the block pattern that you would see in those cities. So I don't have a problem with the intention. I'm just looking for a way to give more boundaries which are meaningful, not at the 20,000 foot perspective, but at the 20-foot perspective. For the guy that's living on the street that doesn't understand how come his neighbor has a different condition than he or she has. And that's all I'm after, because the rest of this makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. So is it 250? Is it 400? Is it, these places where we're talking about extending the legislation across a parallel street, I don't see the advantage of that at all, other than it was 500 foot on a map that the planning department interpreted. So is there a way that we could refine this and hold on to the things that are good and positive, but also respect respect what you have said? There's 1% vacancy in these neighborhoods. So let's try and not mess with something that is solid and functioning. So that's my question to you is how can we refine this to make it a little tighter?
Yeah, well, look, I think that I don't want to be trite and say that, not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but I think the perfection, the way that you're looking for, is a luxury that just is not afforded. There isn't some block that happens to be uniformly 250 feet, or 300 feet, or 350 feet, or 400 feet, or 450, or 500 feet. But 500 feet is a decent walk zone, and somebody's got to draw a line somewhere. And so, unfortunately, I had to be the guy to draw the line and say, this is the property that's in, and this is the property that's out. And there is always the possibility that guy on one side of the street sells his house to somebody who changes the use of the property, and guy across the street is like, my property doesn't look like that. Sure, but like at the end of the day, so little of this is actually going to change, right? In reality, so little of this is going to actually change that by allowing the change, we just start to see that there could be a possibility of something different than, like, the likelihood of the last house on the block being the one that changes, or the second to last house on the block being the one that changes, is just so incredibly low that that's a risk of imperfection or inconsistency that I think is worth taking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I guess question, or maybe a statement, but kind of a question. Trying to harmonize what the commissioner's saying. Did you weigh in on the amendment to change the bulk and yard standards to R10?
Thank you.
To finish my thought being R9 versus R10 actually does have setbacks, and even the FAR, that's through 3.5, I think that's like a little more reasonable, and that would still have the condition that if you are existing R4, you'd still have pretty good setback to your neighbor who, if they chose to build a multifamily and combined. So that's what I'm getting at.
The department's recommendation on the amendment, I'm sorry, as I said at the beginning, I'm jet lagged, I'm a little foggy. I haven't covered everything, every possible point that I meant to bring up, so thank you. I want there to be flexibility, right? I like the idea that somebody could say, given this lot shape, size, given my particular development team's interest, this lot we think would work better as like under these C9 or maybe these C10 or maybe this C1 set of standards, like all of which are arbitrary, right? Like all setbacks, all height limitations, all density allowances. These are all arbitrary to start with. So let's be like real honest about that. These are just numbers that have no scientific basis whatsoever. And so allowing flexibility within them, I think is like pretty reasonable actually, that like what we have as a zoning code with 10 plus, more than 10 different residential zone districts alone, like why we need all of that in the first place is just like a mystery to me. We have really, really, over the last, 100 years, gone off the deep end in terms of being prescriptive in things like setbacks and bulk and yard standards. And I just think that allowing for some flexibility makes some sense.
I think, Councilman, I want to respond to that. We think changing the decision-making for example, bulk regulations from the city to the developer is such a fundamental change in the zoning code and the authority of the zoning code that it would set a really bad precedent. to allow the developer, the property owner, to make that decision.
That's understandable. I respect that. I understand that. I also think that it being a proposal unlike anything else anywhere in the city, and this being a city where the city is the bedrock of experimentation, that this is a small fraction of the city, and it's an area where we could actually see if this change of paradigm could lead to something better in our thinking for the city as a whole.
Commissioner Collins?
This conversation about whether we do an R9 or an R10, I feel like one of the reasons why we have the zoning codes and how you're looking at your bulk and your setbacks is to create a sense of harmony about where your buildings and development are going to occur. I know that this has become an issue of concern for Councilman Schleifer. I live in his district, whereby he feels like some of his residents are imprisoned by these requirements where they can't really expand and accommodate their particular circumstances. But I do feel that it's helpful to have just, either if it doesn't make sense to go to a 9 and not a 10, I just feel like the pattern of development should have some cohesiveness. That's just a personal preference of mine. But, you don't want to have somebody who can be up here, but I can go and go over here. You get this kind of broken tooth look to an area. And it's just something that I've thought about, Councilman, and why I think it would be helpful to pick your spot and stick with it. It doesn't mean every block has to be the same. But I think that one of the reasons we have these requirements is it was all based on, public health issues, really. How close are you to your neighbor? Do you have the ability to have light into your home or be able to ventilate manually by opening or closing windows? And how much space does it make sense for a family? I just feel like, for me personally, having a decision about what we should be choosing here is important, even if you want to make it different in different areas. But I think when you're looking at a block face, it's hard sometimes to accommodate I want to be here and everybody else is here. It's one of the urban challenges that we have in trying to accommodate everybody's thoughts. So it was just a comment. But thank you for your presentation.
Well, thanks. It really begs me, I think, to share with you how I closed out the presentation I made to the community on this subject. Is that neighborhoods like this are an invention of the federal government. Neighborhoods like this were created explicitly for the purpose of enacting racist segregation. Let's be real clear and real honest about how that exactly came about. When Baltimore's racist zoning code was struck down by the Supreme Court, the first of its kind in the country, Calvin Coolidge and Woodrow Wilson went on a years-long effort to then teach local jurisdictions how to write zoning codes like the one that we have today, to use setback standards and minimum lot size and the exclusivity of single-family use as the tools of creating segregation by economic means when they were told that it could not be done on the explicit basis of race. They used these exact standards and sold it to people on the idea of public health and access to air and light and neighborhood feel and character and things like that. That's just the propaganda that was used to sell the ideas. In fact, at the same time that this was happening in the 1920s and 1930s, public health studies were being done that showed that much higher density housing in New York City than in the areas that were being torn down as supposed urban renewal blight. You had much higher public health outcomes and much better mortality rates and other public health indicators in the very high density areas. That everything that was said about neighborhoods like this was an invention of the federal government and a tool to create segregation explicitly. And there was no other. The concept of a single-family exclusive zoned neighborhood did not exist until it was invented for the purpose of segregation.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
Commissioner Allen?
No, I'm fascinated with what you just said.
Yeah, you should read Richard Rothstein's book, The Color of Law. That's the one.
I need to go back.
That's the one.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. I think that's all.
Thanks.
Did you public already?
Yeah,
That's it,
We
yeah.
did the public already?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone?
Yeah.
He was the
Everyone
last.
spoke. All right, so with that, we'll close the public hearing at 6:12 PM. Further discussion?
Short term, well, I guess Commissioner Coach has some thoughts. It might also reiterate the admiration for Councilman Dorsey taking this issue on. It's one of those things, it's like long, slow, the slow boring of just getting the process moving and recognizing for decades, like the neighborhood wants to see change. And this is like really the tool, like you said, Commissioner, how you make the changes, land use and zoning. And it's hard and people fear change and have concerns, but it's like you get to kind of go forward and do it. And so I recognize that and also appreciate the historical issues with the zoning and land use, like even the Euclid case. I pulled it back up to remind myself, like the Supreme Court called apartment houses a parasite because everyone had this misconception about multifamily just being a parasite on the community. That's why you're allowed to do zoning and infringe on property rights because of those antiquated views, which probably wouldn't hold today. So, so for that reason, I applaud this, and I think, I'd supported the bill and the staff report as amended, recognizing where you are, Commissioner, on some of the edge cases. I guess I kind of lean towards what the councilman said is like, you're gonna have to draw a line at some point, and there's some design review and maybe some compatibility things we can do to soften the conflicts, but I'm comfortable with it.
On the issue of the edge condition, and I agree with you, it should be looked at and we should, it should be correct, but whatever it ends up, there's going to be a line. You're gonna have that breaking point.
absolutely.
So administratively, Director Ryer,
Yes.
how is the planning department and the commission going to treat it when we inevitably get a rezoning request from a resident who says, I'm not in the overlay district, but my next door neighbor is, and I want the same thing that he has? How are we going to hold that line? That might be a rhetorical
well,
question, but I
that's not-
promise
I
we're
wasn't-
gonna get one of those. Like, day one, we're gonna get one of those.
Okay, I thought you were going to ask a different question. First of all, I would say that we would want to amend the design manual to strengthen our tools for these edge conditions. Right? That's step number one. We do have a design manual. We didn't have one before 2017, but we've learned a lot and we could strengthen it. But to your question is about rezoning in general and change in mistake. So
Right, and that's
you would have to go to that rationale. Now, we are proposing in the comp plan to revise the whole land use map, or to create a land use map and revise the zoning process. So the short answer is that under that proposal, you'd have to show a higher standard. There was change or mistake or result of a comprehensive plan. Or you could go to the land use map in its 4-year cycle and change there and then see that corridor widen down the road. That's how it would work.
Does the line become arbitrary because if this is considered a change in the character of the neighborhood, would that then open the gate for rezoning of every property that's nearby but not included?
That's a case law.
I think the case law would be that there needed to be some development that brought the change to be. And that'd be the change thing. The mistake would be, we should have been in this zone, we weren't.
Well, if I can jump in on that as well, if it's included in the four-year generalized land use plan, and this is why I've been personally campaigning to have one of these for the decades I've been here, then if it was a one-off property rezoning, then they would have to justify according to the piecemeal standards, which is what we normally see on a one-by-one basis. On the other hand, if we have our annual comprehensive rezoning process, it's a policy decision. We would look at the generalized land use plan, say, we're showing an expansion, it's in the expansion, it complies, council can do it.
I just want us, and this is just personally requesting, that we as a department put some thought into that because it's going to come, to potentially limit the number of 7 PM meetings that we have. I'm not saying by any means that this is something that should hold this back from moving forward, but we should try to stay at least one step ahead of what we know is going to be the result for us in this room.
So would it be a zoning change, or would it be an expansion of the boundary? Would those
No,
be two possible directions?
I think where Commissioner McCoach and I are saying a similar thing is that we need to understand how we're going to handle the boundary.
Yeah.
Because it's going to create this issue where you have, disparity among neighbors, and the line is arbitrary. You have to draw it somewhere. But I can foresee a lot of cases coming up on that subject. So if anything, for us to just memorialize how that will be treated, I think is something to consider.
And one other idea that we were discussing amongst ourselves, Ren came up with an idea, if this were an outrageous success, there could be an idea of a transect where it has a gradation, going out so that there's not a stark line. There's many possibilities. We have to kind of wait and see, which is why that periodic look at a general land use plan for the city is a good idea.
Adding to that, then we're doing our first comprehensive housing plan, and hopefully there'll be more meat on the bone to show where we want housing and the typologies we want to have, and that'll be things. And I have, in private practice, had many people come to me with properties in this area, and I'd say, it's all right, it's R4 or R5 or R3. You can't do multifamily. You can't even have an ADU. But Councilman Dorsey is someone who supports density. Unfortunately, he'll have his hands tied because he couldn't spot zone to R6 or 7 or 8 in that zone. So this is kind of the lens for that. So hopefully there'll be more flexibility to just do more creative things in the future that maybe will ease the pressure. It won't be a stark 6-story multifamily next to a 2-story bungalow.
Great. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
That's what we need.
Just, I thought you gave a motion.
I would move to accept the staff recommendation and the amendments proposed therein.
Second. Mr. Secretary.
Carl? Rob and Ellen?
Approve as
Mark.
amended.
Pardon?
Approve.
Marcia Collins?
Approve.
Talib Horn?
Approve.
Doug McCoach?
Approve.
Justin Williams?
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
I'm sorry, who seconded it? I didn't catch it.
I did.
Thank you.
Yeah. That closes our meeting for August 1st. Thank you, everyone.